ceiling in 2019 by becoming the first woman to lead our prestigious institution. Her academic journey began at Aligarh Muslim University, where she stood up as a gold medalist and National Science Talent Scholarship recipient. Her quest of knowledge led her to a PhD in education from Kurukshetra University, and she refined her skills through the Commonwealth Fellowship at the University of Warwick, UK, and training at the International Institute of Educational Planning in Paris. With an illustrious career spanning over 15 years at the National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, Professor Akhtar trained senior officials from over 130 countries and established the first state-level management institute in Allahabad. A true champion of gender equity, she excels at leading diverse teams. Her visionary plans include establishing a medical college at Jamia Millia Islamia, pushing the boundaries of education. In recognition of her exceptional contributions, she was honored with Padma Shri in 2022 and bestowed with the title Colonel Commandant of the University in 2023. But unfortunately, she could not join us due to some unforeseen circumstances. But can we please have a huge round of applause for her?
Thank you so much, everyone. The excitement in this room is palpable and it's about to reach a crescendo. We have just been introduced to Padma Shri Professor Najma Akhtar, who has a galaxy of knowledge and wisdom. But hold on to your intellectual seatbelts, because our next chief guest is not just a star in academic universe. He's a comet of innovation, an asteroid of entrepreneurship, a supernova of inspiration, a visionary philanthropist, an entrepreneurship magician, and a thought leader par excellence. Hailing from the vibrant heart of Washington, D.C., he is the mastermind behind FI Investment Group, LLC, founded in 2007, dedicated to fueling the growth of emerging companies. But that's not all. He is also an author of 2 impactful books and the host of Washington Current Review, cementing his legacy in literature and thought leadership. Recognized with prestigious awards, including the Indus Entrepreneurs Legend Award and the Martin Luther King Jr. Legacy Award. His impact extends beyond borders, and when it comes to leadership and entrepreneurship, he is not just an icon, but a trailblazer. Ernst & Young crowned him Maryland Entrepreneur of the Year, while the U.S. Small Business Administration hailed him as Small Business Person of the Year for the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area in 2001. Now, let us welcome to the man of the hour, our next chief guest, Mr. Frank F. Islam. He is virtually connected with us to share his invaluable insights and wisdom. Have a round of applause for him.
Check out. Students, friends, and gentlemen, and thank you for your kind introduction. We want to begin by thanking the conference organizing committee for inviting me to be the chief guest at this international conference on entrepreneurship and family business. My special thanks to Professor Najma Akhtar, the Vice Chancellor Jamia, and Dr. Yasmin Shamsi and the Management School for inviting me to speak to this conference. As I understand, Professor Akhtar is a Hungarian, like me, so we have a shared history, shared heritage, shared background, shared belief, and shared values. She is the heart and soul of Jamia, in the shining city of Hill. And I must say this. What's best in me, I owe to Aligarh Muslim University. This is why my wife Debbie and I contributed close to $7 million to both Franklin Downey's Management Complex and the auditorium and many other venues at the Aligarh Muslim University. And I'm reminded by the words of President John F. Kennedy who said, to whom much is given, much is expected. I also like to take this opportunity to thank my nephew, Usman Ahmed Usmani, for this opportunity to speak with all of you. Given the comprehensive scope and nature of the objective of 8 tracks and the sub-theme to the conference, is truly an honor and a privilege to have been selected to be the chief guest at this difference-making event. I say this event will be difference-making because higher education shapes the study, shapes students, and shapes society. Higher education played a critical role in my own entrepreneurial journey. I'm certain it will have and will do the same for those in this audience. So that said, let me describe my personal journey and share 3 thoughts on entrepreneurship and advice for budding entrepreneurs. My journey began in India. I was born in Ahmedabad, but I went to Indian University to get a bachelor's degree from AMU. AMU played a pivotal role in my life. Developed me educationally and reinforced the spiritual and social lessons that my parents has taught me. Most importantly, it was the largest power to prepare and enable me to go to the United States of America. When I was at AMU, I met with Cantor, a visiting professor from the University of Colorado in the United States of America, who mentored and encouraged me to go to the United States and pursue a degree in the emerging field of computer science. I was hesitant because it meant leaving my family and friends behind. But the professor told me that it would be important for us. For the age of 16, I left India and I sought to go to the United States of America. I got my bachelor's degree and master's degree from the University of Colorado, but after my goals and the degrees gave me the knowledge what I needed to go into business. I didn't move out immediately, however, in fact, I postponed to Canada to work on my PhD at my bachelor's university in Hamilton, Ontario. I realized that academia was not my true calling, and that what I really wanted to do was to start my own business. I understood that I needed to do an apprenticeship to get experience to that, so I went to National University and got my PhD in my life body, and none of those transferred me over to Canada. After a long time and long talks, it became obvious to me that while information technology opportunities were in Canada, they were much bigger in the United States of America. I convinced my wife to go with me in the early 70s, and we went back to America from Canada. In the US, I worked with 2 major information technology firms for more than a decade. They gave me the skills and real programming that I needed to be a business owner. In 1994, I purchased a company called QSS Group Incorporated for $45,000. We didn't have enough money in the bank to buy the QSS Group, so my Debbie and I had to refinance our account to get the $45,000 for the acquisition. After I bought the QSS Group, I put a phone office, so I worked out of my life. I also couldn't afford to pay myself a salary, so we got another salary for the first 2 years. During the 20 years, there were a lot of issues to deal with. Will we win the contract? Will we get the bank loan? Will I be able to make payroll? There were some 24-hour days and many sleepless nights. What enabled me to convey was the belief in myself and those around me, and the opportunity presented by being an entrepreneur and realizing that I'm hungry. Success has taught me to move forward, but failure taught me to never go backward. QSS is specialized in the field of government contracting, delivering our model and performance plans and eventually improve the business exponentially. Within 13 years, along with my management team, we took That workforce of enterprise was made to more than 3,000 employees and more than $300 million in revenue. The team challenges managers were central to everything. Success in business is team sport. So when people ask me how I became successful, it was not me, but we who made it happen. In 2007, I sold my company to the system. For my wife JMI to establish a private foundation and to support educational, cultural, artistic, and civil causes. It took me to a new phase of my life, the path of sharing and giving back. This phase has been overwhelming and sometimes even more so than any of the money that I earned from my business career. That is a thumbnail sketch of my journey. As you can tell, my journey was not streamlined, not easy. There were twists and turns. There was a dark and growth, and the fire was in frustration and responsibility. When we talk about entrepreneurship and introduce the new word, entrepreneurship, I believe there are a number of entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs around many of you in this conference. What and who is an entrepreneur? There are recognition the one that appeals to the most to me is entrepreneur is a person who organizes and manages an enterprise, especially in the business, creating a considerable initiative and risk. I like that definition because it extends any enterprise and extends the definition beyond just the business owner. The person can be entrepreneur in any type of organization as long as he or she is willing to start a firm and take the leadership role to shape the direction of the enterprise function which he or she controls. This is a work which Harvard Stevenson of the Harvard Business School said, and I quote, entrepreneurship is the first sort of opportunity where the resources can be controlled. In other words, entrepreneurs are not considered and they're not constrained in their thinking. I combine these two definitions to my own definition of entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs are dreamers. For they are seekers who seize the moment and take calculated risks to create enterprise and jobs in the future. I say to each and every one of you in this audience, if you have the opportunity to be an entrepreneur, grab it. Find passionate and given people share your sense of purpose, share your vision, set the direction, give them all necessary resources, and some oxygen to breathe, give them the space to operate, and know what to do to make things happen. Now, let me look at the connection between entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs. The entrepreneur is an entrepreneur who uses and applies higher his education and learning to develop innovative initiatives that are empowering and difference making anyone's life, field, discipline, or industry. The entrepreneurs can be an educator, the person working at home, or a person starting an enterprise in science, technology, the arts, humanities, the list is go on and on. Look around the world at those at this conference, you will see numerous entrepreneurs. Look around again in the world and you will see students who aspire to start their businesses and entrepreneurs in businesses and government strategies. To those of you who have apple the common advice. Believe in yourself and your business. Pursue your end goal with the drive, determination, and passion to succeed. Find and focus on your niche market. Figure out who will be your largest, who will be your target customer segments, and key customers in those segments, and build your business model around them. Deliver quality products and services that exceed customer expectations and customer satisfactions. Many satisfying your customer is not good enough. They need to receive the unanticipated in order to become loyal. Surround yourself with talented people, faith in God, listen to them, learn from them, and work closely with them. And remember, business is a team sport and not an individual one. And not to approve yours. You have to not to be much of a little problem of approval. But fear can be broken. Put your faith in your plan and yourself to carry on. I will wrap up my remarks with the also comment briefly on the concept of family business and suggest starting that team to include not only the family members throughout the business, but also those who gave it invaluable support. For me, therefore, my family and the family in which I grew up, my parents, my siblings, who have a tremendous effort and influence, an impact on the person who I became. In closing, let me turn the concept of higher education difference making in shaping students, shaping studies, and shaping society. Those of you at this conference of the difference maker, your institutions are an important zone when you are collaborating with the students to make a difference in their lives. After taking Christians in our campus and school were struggling, I've concluded the collective by which God was access my life is not the money, but the individual people whose lives I have touched. We trust that we as students don't worry about the individual problems we have achieved, worry about how many individuals you have helped to become better people. Now, for God famously said, "Make a change in which to see the world." You and everyone else are that change. You difference maker today are preparing the difference makers of tomorrow. We are touching so many lives of those who will touch the lives of so many others. For that, I'll say thank you and God bless you. I appreciate the time I spent with you, my fellow educators. Look forward to listening to and learning from you. Other educators, but this most important conference. So I think all of you on the journey as an entrepreneur leader. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. What a remarkable voyage through the cosmos of ideas that was. Your insights and wisdom have truly left us with much to ponder and explore on our intellectual journey. Everyone, we are about to dive into a specific branch of our academic ocean where the tides of management and leadership ebb and flow. To guide us through these waters, we have a captain of knowledge par excellence. With a PhD in psychology, specializing in organizational behavior, he is not just a scholar but a navigator of the corporate world with international experience in London. In his classroom, he orchestrates the symphony of knowledge, teaching organizational behavior, leadership, and the art of HR analytics. His expertise is known worldwide with seminars, papers, and two illuminating books. Beyond academia, he is a mentor sculpting PhD scholars, a global lecturer, a corporate consultant, and an academic virtuoso. His current voyage in research explores the realms of emotional intelligence, knowledge management, and leadership. Now let's welcome the maestro himself, the Dean of Department of Management Studies, Professor Amirul Hassan Ansari, to enlighten us further. I would like to call Professor Amit Chaudhary to felicitate our Dean.
I would like to call Professor Nimit Chaudhary to felicitate our Dean.
Very good morning to all of you. Thank you for inviting me to share my thought. Well, the dignitaries on the dais, Professor Furqan Kamar Saab, the head of the department, Professor P.K. Gupta Saab is here, and Professor K.B. Saab, and the organizer and convener of the seminar, Professor Yasmin Sahiba, and dear colleagues sitting in front of me and all the participants and the students and those who have joined online. Welcome to this very conference. Well, this conference was in fact needed, and I'm thankful to Professor Yasmin Bisbee to take initiative and organize this very program. Though on the theme, very much Mr. Frank Islam has already deliberated, and he talked that what is in fact expected from an entrepreneur and what happens in a family business. This conference is all about, in fact, the intricacies which are involved in the family business and entrepreneurship. Well, the topic today is, the theme is entrepreneurship and family business, navigating human resource management and strategic challenges. No organization is left out, though it's the age of robotics, artificial intelligence, but still you'll find that human resources are no doubt very challenging ask to wherever you go. Without human resources, no organization, no system will run. Whether it's a big conglomerate, business conglomerate, or family business, everywhere you'll find that the challenges of handling human resources is no way small. The challenges are very challenging, no doubt about it. As Debbie, Frank Islam Sahab has already talked about the family business and the entrepreneurs. See, there are many families. When we started this very, uh, aspect of talking about the family business and entrepreneurship, we thought of that we run and we impart skills and develop knowledge about running any business organization at different levels. But when the families are running some business, so what challenges are faced, we were not paying attention on that. This conference, I think that will pave the way, and the participants will delve upon the challenges and issues which family businesses actually are facing. Family business definitely, generate finance and contribute in the economy of not only of the family or the society, but also of the nation and also in the economy of the world. So family business is challenging one. Why? Because family members are taking care of the family business. One person is elder in the family. At the root level, you will find the challenges. It starts from there. The elder person is the serves as the leader or the guide of the business which are being run in the family. Whatever business, product and services they are providing is starting from the scratch or which has been owned by the generation. The challenges of transferring the activities from one person to another person, from one individual to another individual, the individual's capability to whom the work is being transferred, depending upon the nature of the family business, the kind of services they are providing, whether those challenges can be handled by the person who is going to take over the job of the business, of the family business. I think there is a need to understand, and I am sure that this conference will dwell upon these issues also. The scholars, the researchers will think about it. They come up with certain solutions if these kind of findings are there in their researches. The challenges are there and how they are strategically handling all those challenges. Because the most important and critical aspects in the world is the human being. No two individuals are equal. In the same situation, they will behave differently. And same individual, in a different situation, will behave in the same way. So challenges, how challenges of the business in the family are being handled, that is very, very challenging, no doubt about it. The kind of difficulties in ownership which they face, the kind of policies for the families which are promulgated and implemented in the families, and how to implement, because the family members, because they are the family members, they are relatives. So challenges would be of different sorts. We as a researcher, we need to pay attention on all those aspects, that how these challenges can be handled over, how this can be taken care of, so that the business or businesses do not die because of the individual differences in the family. This is the work of us researcher to find out the strategies that how these businesses, when these challenges are coming up at the individual level because of the family members, how to handle all those. What strategies should be adopted and evolved. And I'm sure in this very conference, the researchers, the participants will discuss on that and this very aspect and come up with certain kinds of solution so that guidelines can be prepared and they can be distributed for the betterment of the family business. There are certain family businesses which are very traditional. They don't want to bring any kind of change in themselves. And we know that there is something permanent. And the change is the only thing which is permanent. That will continue happening. That is permanently it will change. Innovations have taken place, as Debbie Frank Islam Sahib was talking about, that the changes are there. Innovations are there. Definitely innovations are there. Technological innovations are there. The market demands, because of the technical innovations, the market demands are changing. The kind of product and services which are demanded, the technological innovations are actually paving their ways, that how demands are put and how people are expecting the kind of services the family business should provide to them. If that kind of changes are not adapted, the adaptability in the family business, looking at the market demand, looking at the financial policies of the government, of that state, of that very country where the family business is running, if not taken care of, then definitely it will have some negative impact. And in times to come, that business might not compete, might not go ahead with other organizations, with other companies where family business is not, but there are competitors. So adaptability is very, very important. That has to be taken care of. And I'm sure the researchers and the participants will talk about that adaptability aspect also, that how family businesses can adapt to changes. Not only this, you will find that the technology which I am talking about, because of the online services now, the technology which have already taken up. That is disruptive technologies. New things are coming up. And because of that, as I was listening, as we all were listening to Frank Islam, he was talking about entrepreneurship, entrepreneur. The entrepreneur is actually, he was talking about, he was defining a new terminology, that those people who are innovating in education. There are some family members, they are running their schools and colleges also. In education system, there are also certain kinds of challenges are there. What I want to emphasize here, that handing over your businesses to the next member of the family is a challenge. You need to adopt a certain strategy that everybody in the family feel happy about that and they accept that very change. And with all motivation, with all dedication, with all intelligence, or you call that emotional intelligence, with all those tactics of running a business, they can involve and they can run their businesses effectively. Not all individuals are equal, as I've been talking about. Individual differences are there. So the individual capability, and we call that human resources. All those capabilities are human resources. Their knowledge, their learning, their strategic ways of handling the things. All those things are not different for different individuals. They have different perspectives. Now it is very challenging that how these aspects of human resources strategically should be handled in a family scenario so that businesses can survive and go ahead. I can keep on talking and talking about the family business innovation and creation and developing new things so that the businesses can run. Now this is a work of the researcher, including me, to find out ways to think about the development, enhancement, and utilization of the capabilities of human resources which are there in the family business. Not only people in the family or the family members are handling those businesses, people also coming from outside and joining the family business. Those participants who are in this course, especially of entrepreneurship and family business, they will be able to understand. They might have their own family business, but if not, they might join some business or family later on. And you will be non-family members and handling and coping with the family issues over there. Now, strategically, the researcher need to find out that how to make very cohesive, adaptable, competitive environment in the family also to compete as per the demands of the market. And I'm sure this conference will make everybody to come and participate, deliberate on these issues. I'm very much thankful to Professor Yasmin Rizvi and congratulations for taking the initiative for organizing such a wonderful conference that I'm sure it will give new direction to the thought of family business and entrepreneurship. So thank you with all these words. My best wishes to all the participants, and I'm sure some new things will come and that will help and that will make the bundle of knowledge will be larger now. So thank you very much for giving me opportunity to share my thought. So congratulations for this very program. So thank you very much.
A huge thanks to Professor Ansari for sharing his profound insights and expertise with us. Your leadership and guidance continue to shape the future of our academic voyage. Everyone, as we steer our intellectual ship through these uncharted waters, there is a new star on the horizon, ready to illuminate our path today. The star is a beacon of knowledge and a leading light in our field. Ladies and gentlemen, meet our keynote speaker, Professor Furqan Qamar. With a PhD in financial management and a host of academic achievements, he is not just a scholar, but a maestro steering the ship of higher education. As the former Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, He has been the architect of educational policies. He has donned prestigious hats as Vice Chancellor at institutions like the Central University of Himachal Pradesh and the University of Rajasthan, showcasing his leadership prowess. But here is where the real magic happens. Beyond titles, he is a mentor to PhD students and a prolific author in higher education, management, and finance. Dr. Kamar is a silent force ensuring educational institutions adhere to the highest standards. Today, we are privileged to hear from this maestro who has composed the symphony of higher education. Brace yourselves to be captivated by Professor Furqan Kamar's keynote address. And for this, I would like to call Professor Rihan Khan Suri to felicitate Professor Kamar.
Chief guest of the day, Mr. Frank Islam Saab. I hope he is still connected online. Hmm? Yeah. And thank you very much on behalf of the Faculty of Management Studies that you could spare your time to join from several thousand miles away from here. We, of course, missed presenting you the bouquet and the momentum, which I'm sure the organizer of the event will miss for all time to come. But then that also provides us hope that one day, probably very soon, you would be here in person in your next visit to India to address our students in the next conference. Dean of the Faculty, Professor Amirul Hasan Ansari Saab, Head of the Department, Dr. Pankaj Gupta ji, speakers of the next session, one of the two, Ahmed Shabiq Idwai, is present here in person, and I think Professor Dash would be joining online. He's coming, so he is also on his way. All the colleagues, Shibu John from Health and Hospice Management, my colleague Dr. Rahela, the professor in charge placement, the most important person from the point of view of the student. Next to her, Rehan Suri Saab, who is placement officer and has been vice chancellor of Delhi Skill University, has taken a right decision to join back his institution. Dr. Tina, Saif, Tawfiq Saab, Nivet Chaudhary Saab from the Tourism, Travel and Hospitality Management, Roger Siddiqui Saab, Sunaina, and then Jasmine Shamsi Rizvi Saab. Before I say anything about the topic that had been assigned to me, I must congratulate Dr. Jasmine Rizvi for taking the initiative, and also on her behalf thank the head of the department and the dean of the faculty for providing her all the support, or at least not creating hiccups or barriers in managing things. I think this is really very, very important. We all do things under many challenging circumstances. Of course, organizing this conference must not have been easy. Connecting with people, roping in, ensuring that they join, they are present. And Jasmine, you have done a remarkable job. The second thing that I admire the way the title of this conference has been articulated. I am sure that you must have been helped by Gupta ji and Amir Saab in this creativity. You are the coordinator of the Family Business and Entrepreneurship Program. So it was expected that you will bring that into this theme. Your area of specialization is HR and strategic HR, but you blended these two things in such a manner that makes a lot of sense. And that makes this conference very unique. And in such a short time, you have been able to mobilize nearly 100 people from all over India, some to join online, some to join in person, to deliberate on various dimensions of this theme. So congratulations to you, and thank you to the heads and the team for providing this space and encouraging the colleagues in the department to take up these activities. Third and the final thing that I admire is the quiet and the silence with which the whole activity was organized. I never saw P.K. Gupta ji or Amir Saab word up that there is a conference going on, what will happen if the light goes off, if the mic doesn't work, if the technology doesn't help. And neither did I see Yasmin Shamsi hassled or worried. That is also a very remarkable quality, doing things silently so that the work speaks itself rather than you speak about yourself. I think that is also a human resource trait. In fact, when I was in AIU, I had the privilege of attending and presiding over many conferences of the Vice Chancellor. And in many conferences, I would read a day or two before, and then I saw two kinds of situations. One, where you saw that the Vice Chancellor is so worked up, hassled, hurried about the conference, making all the noises, and then on ground nothing happens. On the other hand, I met people who were so relaxed, as if there's no big event taking place, but the team is working on the ground, and that is making a very remarkable speech. So I said that there are two kinds of engine that I am seeing. One is the silent engine, and the other one is noise engine. So I'm very happy to see the silent engines, the conference coordinator, the dean, and the head, and each of the colleagues working on this, not the noisy engine. And when I shared this, one of the professors of mechanical engineering said that you should not be surprised. Efficient engines are always silent engines. It is only the inefficient one which make lot of noises, and the rickety one makes lot of noises. So I admire the efficiency of the engines of this conference. And absolutely lastly, I admire and thank you for giving me a space in this conference at the end where everybody has spoken. And I am particularly thankful because I neither know family business, nobody in my family ever did business, nor did I come across with anybody doing family business, nor do I know HR. My only connection with HR is that when Shabi was doing his HRM, I used to teach him financial management in the HR program. So that is my only connection. So that you, by placing me at this position, you provided me an opportunity to listen to Frank Islam Saab, to the Dean Amir Saab, and to the head Gupta ji. And a few lessons that I draw, and that may be very useful to you, that nothing in life is easy. I think by bringing in Frank Islam, you provided a role model for all people to see that how did he start his journey from a village in Azamgarh, comes to Aligarh Muslim University, and from here to America to Canada, and then jobs to entrepreneurship. So it has been a long haul, not an easy thing. So there is nothing in life that is easy. So, and the life of the entrepreneur is certainly not easy. Has to face many challenges, has to overcome many challenges. The second thing that is my takeaway from today's lecture so far, that challenges and opportunities are two sides of the same coin. If you first see the tail and you are bogged down by the challenge and you never bother to turn up the coin to see the head and to see the opportunity, you are not likely to become an entrepreneur. You never get all the opportunities and no challenges, but at the same time, it is also true that there cannot be all the challenges and no opportunities. So you need to be ready to identify the opportunity when that knocks, or you are able to capitalize on that opportunity. And the entrepreneur should have this quality that he should not be or she should not be deterred by what he sees on the other side of the coin, that is the challenges that will face. Of course, those who do the salaried job, they might also be experiencing challenges, but then we are so much cozy about that every month our salary would come, and an entrepreneur has to bother about that not only that I must make enough money for myself, for my family, but also for the 3,000 people who are working for myself. So all businesses have these challenges. So as an entrepreneur, but then the reward is extremely high. Somebody said or says that salary is the opium that your employer provides to you, not to dream. Sleep so heavily that you never want to do anything. So entrepreneurs are not looking for that opium. Entrepreneurs are not looking for that sedative. Many of you are doing your family business and entrepreneurship program. Be ready to identify your opportunities. Be ready to face the challenges and do business. The another thing that I learned here is that those people who start a vocation or who do business with the only intention of making money, they have very short lives. They might have a fly-by-night operator. So a good entrepreneur or a successful entrepreneur or a long-term entrepreneur is not looking for profit maximization or making as much money as possible through Ponzi schemes or any other schemes overnight. Rather, such entrepreneurs are keeping a larger goal in their mind. So what social good that I'm trying to achieve? Unless you have that vision, unless you have that kind of feeling, you are not likely to become a very successful or remarkable businessman. And remember, quite often when we talk of family business, it appears that family business are very small cottage industry style of businesses. In India, we had the history of some of the biggest businessmen having started as a family businessman. Birlas and Tatas and Ambanis all included. I don't know whether Adani could also fall in that category. So that is, so have a larger goal in mind, have this service to the society in mind, have what impact would you make in the life of people. The fifth thing that I learned by listening to Frank Islam and all others, that arrogance and business are anathema to each other. You can't be arrogant and do business. The businessmen are the most modest, humblest. So even when the online trading was not there and you were dealing with your broker who was working on a 2% commission, and you put all kinds of demands on him, still that broker is not angry on you. He's still accommodating you and in his own way is trying to help you. And that is how you build your business. So I think one thing that we all need to give up if we want to do business is to give up our arrogance, to give up our ego. Does this mean the businessmen are all so pliable that they don't have their own point of view? On the contrary, they are very firm people. In fact, my area is finance, higher education. You see, if any entrepreneur asks a financial manager to develop a project feasibility report, there is 99% chance that that finance manager would come up that this project is not worth taking. Because the cost benefit and the social cost benefit analysis would not work out. But then entrepreneur is something that who is guided by guts. He is very soft spoken. He will not say anything rude to that consultant who had given this report, be it ENY or KPMG or whatever, that you are totally wrong. But still, if he has decided or she has decided to do the business, she sees the wood rather than the individual trees and does the business. Do entrepreneurs always succeed in all their initiatives? Not necessarily. So there are many startups. Frank Islam mentioned about entrepreneurship and also innopreneurship. All these startups are based on innovation, knowledge-based entrepreneurship. I think we are establishing as many startups as we are closing in our country. A good proportion of them have closed down. So entrepreneurs do experience failure. Sometimes very experienced entrepreneurs also get carried away and experience failures. Ratan Tata and Nano. He was so much committed to Nano and he gave so much, not because he wanted to make profit, but he wanted to provide a poor man's car. Those who are driving two-wheelers should have a four-wheeler comfort. But somehow there was misunderstanding, misreading in the consumer behavior, the marketing people, Rahila Saba's decision, that those who are running scooties, they are not necessarily aspiring for a scooty-sized car. They are looking for a larger car. The point that I'm making is the entrepreneurs do experience failure. But entrepreneurs also have this quality that they do not give up. So one failure does not mean end of the day. I know many people who started an entrepreneur, who started in startup, simply in the field of educational technology, Baiju included, thinking that now the future of education is technology, and therefore is the opportunity that you have the technology as an instrument for delivering education. So they all raised huge money, they invested, they hired in huge number. But then they realized that that was only a corona time disruption kind of an industry. As soon as the situation became normal, the student may have wanted to take examination online, but wanted to attend classes offline. So they all came to the classroom. So many of them are struggling, but I know many of them doing either adjustments. So many of those technology companies who wanted to offer MBA kind of qualification have now shifted to coaching kind of industry to prepare for JEE or NEET or those kinds of things. Many of them are shifting to other businesses, but they are simply not giving up on their idea of being an entrepreneur. So entrepreneurs are soft spoken. In their dealing with people, they are soft, but in their ideas, they are very firm. And to the extent you say that they are dogmatic, that okay, I have thought about it, and therefore I will do it. And unless we have, of course, finance people do not treat human resource as an asset. Sad for us. I have yet to find a balance sheet which shows human resources, and sometime in the balance sheet at the asset side, although there is a human resource accounting, Gupta ji specializes in that, there have been efforts to evaluate and find the capitalized value of all human resources, but then there are challenges, and then there are ethical issues. When the slave trade was happening, the human resource was shown as an asset in the balance sheet because slaves were bought and sold. But now we hire them, and therefore they don't appear in the balance sheet. But even though in finance we do not show in our balance sheet human resources, I don't know, I have not seen the balance sheet of IPL. When they buy cricketers, do they show them in their assets? I have yet to find out that balance sheet. But we do realize that human resource is a critical part of this success. Frank Islam Saab mentioned, Amir Saab highlighted that doing business is a team sport. वो तो आपको individual matches नहीं है. It is not a single or double badminton. Rather, it is a kind of football, American football, kind of a game. It means working on a team, developing a team, realizing that no two individuals are the same. There are differences. These differences arise on account of individual behaviors. These differences emanate from cultural factors. These differences arise from a number of factors. Social upbringing, the kind of school you went, the kind of values and beliefs that your parents inculcated in you. All of those factors go in defining how an individual would react in a particular situation or behave in a situation. And if you put in 10 individuals together, then they are bound to have their differences. The American hope that there would be a cultural crucible. So there would be a cultural crucible where all individual culture would get disseminated and new culture would emerge at failed. Even Americans have realized that people would continue to keep their culture. So the respect for diversity. Not only the respect for diversity, but also recognizing and going beyond respect that there is a place for all opinions, and when you work in that manner, then you draw on the strength of each individual with a different culture than when you try to impose. So an entrepreneur who imposes only her value on the whole team is not likely to work. But yes, you are an entrepreneur, so maybe you are more task oriented, you are more goal oriented. At the same time, you have to be also people oriented, because if you are not people oriented, then the goal orientation would not take place. I think I have spoken longer than I could. Thank you very much, Justin, for giving me this opportunity, and congratulations to each one of you for participating in this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. What an inspiring journey through knowledge and wisdom. Courtesy to our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Furqan Kamar. His insights have ignited our minds and set the stage for a day filled with intellectual exploration. Now, as we continue our intellectual journey, everyone, we have our distinguished guest here. First, we have Mr. Sabi Ahmed Tidwai, a true HR virtuoso, a maestro of HR management, and the captain steering Schneider Electric's HR endeavors. His academic journey is equally captivating, with a bachelor's in physics and a master's in human resource management, crowned with a glittering distinction in financial management, all from the esteemed Jamia Millia Islamia. His corporate odyssey began at Thomson Press, Denso, and Avery Dennison, reaching its crescendo at Rockwell Automation, where he excelled as head HR and OD India. In 2012, he set sail on a new adventure as Director HR at Schneider Electric. But here's where the plot thickens. His journey didn't stop there. He continued to ascend, becoming the Director of Learning Solution for Greater India. And in 2020, he expanded his role to encompass talent management and OD. We will have a small talk session with Mr. Kidwai after a small break, but I would like to call Professor Shibu John to felicitate our guest, Mr. Kidwai.
Thank you, Mr. Shibu John and Mr. Kidwai. And now we have a next distinguished guest at our conference, Professor Satyabhushan Das. Currently, he holds the Ishwar Dayal Chair Professor for Research in Futuristic Behavioral Issues at the Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow. Professor Dash, a PhD holder from IIT Kharagpur and an engineering graduate from Orissa, brings a unique blend of expertise to our conference. His passion lies in marketing management and he leads the Center for Marketing in Emerging Economies at IIM Lucknow. But what truly sets Professor Dash apart is his ability to bridge the gap between academia and practicality. He is not just a theorist, he is a practitioner, and his insights have found their way into prominent national and international journals. In a notable collaboration, he co-authored the Indian subcontinent adaptation of the research on title An Applied Orientation with Professor Naresh K. Today, we have the privilege of learning from his wealth of experience and expertise, and to felicitate him, I would like to call Professor Wajid Ali. Thank you, Professor Dash and Professor Kidwai. Mr. Kidwai and Professor Dash will join us for an insightful talk after a brief intermission.
Get ready to refuel and recharge because our journey through innovation and entrepreneurship continues shortly. But before that, we would like to request everyone to please be back in 15 minutes because we are going to have a spectacular talk session with our illuminating personalities, that is Professor Satyabhushan Dash and Mr. Sabi Ahmed Kidwai. Enjoy the break and we will be back with more enlightening session.
Okay, so before we break for the tea, we will be having the national anthem. So please, all of you stand up. We will start with the national anthem. Please stand up. Thank you.
विनायक जय है भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल गायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. Please enjoy the break.
So, for the participants and the volunteers, the tea and snacks have been arranged right outside this room. And for the dignitaries, we are proceeding towards the room of the head of the department. Thank you. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
तुमने रिसर्च बोल के नेम आधा बोल दिया
हाँ।
कम्युनिकेशन बोल कुछ नहीं वो सुन भी नहीं रहा था वो बात कर रहा था डीन से मैं वही देख मैंने बात कर रहा है मैंने कहा शुक्र है
लेकिन nobody found out.
हाँ पता नहीं चलेगा nobody's gonna
अब देखो हो गया
एको कर रहा है वो।
Everyone, please maintain silence. We are about to start.
Hello. Everyone, please settle down fast. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a refreshing break, recharging not only your cups but also your intellectual spirit. As we resume our journey through the corridors of knowledge, we are in for a treat. A conference is like a fine art, and the upcoming speakers are the artists who will paint vivid strokes of wisdom on the canvas of our minds. Our first artist is a virtuoso in their field, a maestro of ideas and a true connoisseur of knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call Professor Dash to address the audience.
Can you please have a huge round of applause?
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, so really it is a great pleasure to be here and speak, respected professors and Professor Rizvi. Thanks for inviting me. And on this topic, when I was thinking that what should I speak this topic, because I am not so much familiar, I have not done much work on this area. Although I work in different areas, this human resource management and marketing, lot of interface. So I was just browsing what are the most important issues where this research can be done in family-owned business, and what are the opportunities. I find that there is a enormous opportunities. There is a good interface where one can conduct research, both bibliographic studies and this SLR bibliographic this literature review. I've got a lot of work has been done and yet to be done. Lot of work during the COVID crisis. Much work has been done on comparison between family-owned business and non-family-owned business. What are the issues? That means how they manage, where it is doing well, where not doing well. There are some issues, for example, uh, major challenges that family-owned business faces. I'll talk about some challenges. I'll talk about also what are the major benefits. There are some challenges, there are some benefits also. So in terms of challenges, family-owned business, there is a family problem. Family problem is a very major issues. We see that that is happening in several Indian family businesses. Physical, emotional, and financial problems. Information culture and structure, that is also very important. For many businesses, having a laid back culture is a positive. However, the informal structure and culture found in many family businesses can equate to a lack of documentation, policies, defined strategy and goals. Lot of things that come within verbal communication and everything, documentation several times is not done because it's a family owned business. There are a lot of informal discussions and everything that is happened, but documentation is not available. Pressure to hire family members or those who are some kind of titles. There is a expectation in family-owned business. People are thinking that we are of same type of cost or yeah, so there will be a lot of opportunities. That is also biggest challenge to manage expectations. Lack of training is another problem. Informal culture found in many family business can result in a approach to training new employees, whether they are family members or not. And those who are family members, they think that from the beginning they should be CEO or something like that. So that is not requirement of training and everything. So that also affect the business. High turnover of non-family employees. So because there is a family-owned business, non-family owners, employees, they don't find a lot of opportunities there in the hierarchy. That will be very difficult promotion and everything. Sources of growth also is another issue where huge challenge of family can be determining where how to get the capital and resources needed to grow the business. Because banks and everything, even if family loan business, everybody underestimates. Only big families, but small in terms of small and medium enterprises, whatever happening in India. So the capital investment from nationalized banks is not easy. Lack of external view. That is internal and external capabilities. External capabilities, you have to do collaboration. At that time, family-owned business, there is a very difficulty to get that much external collaboration. And also, who will take over the business? There is a lot of doubt, and several people are on the queue. There is no, because there is no criteria that there should be some qualification, eligibility. So those who junior or senior who will be taking over the business and everything. Family, and these are some issues. There are so many other things: lack of transparency, lack of oversight, lack of boundaries, and unwillingness to let go. Family business CEOs tend to stay in office much longer than their counterparts at non-family business. Although sometimes an advantage, this can create problems when a family CEO goes out to touch in market changes. There are so many things in HR. I find a lot of things in HR, but when I look at the marketing perspective, I found that a lot of positive things that has happened in family-owned business. First, most critical thing, brand management research in family farms. A lot of studies has been done. After 2015, the study shows relevance of uh, conducting brand management research in the family farm context and future research directions extend the organizational viewpoint framework with the elements of being a family farm. So the brand and reputation, another is image and reputation of family farms. So this image and reputation of family farms, does it play very, there is a lot of opportunity to research we will do comparison of the family and non-family business. So whether this reputation creates any brand identity or equity. This is a very critical thing. If you do take some family-owned businesses and want to see that this family's identification, whether that creates any kind of brand equity, that is incremental value of the farm. There is a lot of opportunity to do research in this direction, because people say that family owned, for example, traditionally in India, there are so many families, they do small food businesses. And that nowadays also very big farms inherit this and family members become the owners. But does this family value and ethos, whatever that may be, that creates brand equity? One is that from customer perspective, how customers see that this family, because of this family values, this person has taken the responsibility. I will be again and again purchased from the same farms. For example, I have done a study Maruti, although that is not a family-owned business. One of my students has recently done PhD. What are the sources of brand equity of Maruti? So there are four experiential values. We have got, that is any automobile you get, equivalent value, leisure in use, and that is one value, that is enjoyment value. But last one was very critical, that is self-acceptance value. Self-acceptance value is talking about that repeatedly if I purchase Maruti car, there is no confidence. From family to family, generation to generation, my father has purchased Maruti car, and father's father has purchased Maruti car. Maruti is an old company. So that self-acceptance value is the point of differentiation that makes the family-owned businesses creating the brand equity. And that self-acceptance value, if somebody wants to study why a family business collapses, because they cannot maintain that self-acceptance value. Somehow in organizational structure, in marketing policies, and from several times digitalization. When during the time of COVID, I've interacted with some kirana stores. Those who are small family businesses. So these kirana stores, I was talking to the kirana store, how do you manage the business? He told my business is doing very well. I told how? Well, I have a customer database, because this basti and everything, they are not like Amazon. But now what I do every day, every month, at 31st, I call the customers. I know I have got the list, what is taking, because we are very close. I know that what is expectations. I tell that these products you have taken last month, and these products you will take, and I recommend them. These are some new products that has come in the Corona time, whether you want to purchase. So because of the trust and acceptance value, these customers, they don't purchase from Amazon, because Amazon, whatever the recommendations that will give, the recommender is a unknown entity. Whereas kirana stores and family-owned small businesses, from his father he has purchased, and from generation to generation, the gully mein jo kirana hota hai. So he is selling, he has kept 4 autos. Well, these autos are going and selling them. I don't know. I do not know digital and everything. I simply call 10, 15 people. I deliver. I am also comfortable. Labor is now transferred to auto. So this is the way how they manage, because the trust and self-acceptance value that makes them. And another thing, branding the family farms, there is no systematic process that why certain family-owned business people like. Suppose I have inherited this particular business from my father. So what makes this business, family-owned business, that is brand equity is high? Why so many shareholders are with me? So this research is very critical. But next time I will replicate that values. So that kind of studies are very less in the Indian context. And small, medium enterprises, if some study can be conducted, how that creates that value among the consumers, and that makes the brand equity. So that is very critical. That is a very important area of research. Another, a lot of qualitative studies also required for understanding the deep emotional responses. Why consumers are very much involved with a particular. For example, if you see small family-owned business, food and everything, Kamala Nehru Market, I have seen that so many people when that particular person is coming, so many people are in lineup. What is the value? And when his son taken over that business or daughter, they cannot attack that because they do not understand what is the value. It is not a name that they create certain tangible or intangible, deliver certain value. What is marketing benefits? So there is certain tangible value and also intangible. There's some kind of empathy, individual empathy and everything they develop with lot of interactions with the customers, and that empathetic view or one of the variables that should be captured in the research. Another important avenues of future research, family farm brand and image, the impact of familyness on the family farm image and performance. Do this impact of familyness, that means because of the family name and familyness related variables, how that creates brand, farm image and performance. Several times, lot of discussion taken place in the board, if certain taken over, that I will change these policies. Think about Tata's case. Philanthropic, Tata is known for philanthropic. Cyrus Mistry has taken over, he has criticized, and whatever that may be, but we have done a study. One of my students has done study how CSR creates brand equity, corporate social responsibility. So you will be surprised to know I have done the same study in IOCL, Indian Oil, and some government corporations, and this family owned business, Tatas and everything. That situation may employees, 900 employees who have done a study, and you will be surprised to know that is the Tata is the only enterprise where the employees recall what are the CSR activities they do in terms of social, all these environmental issues they recall. But IOCL, when you ask the employees what are the social contributions they are doing, told that we do not know anything because everything is decided at the top. We only implement. But Tata, because it's a philanthropy that is from generation to generation. J.D. Tata was there, he was doing, and he is doing. So they are telling this brings lot of prestige, identity. My identity is because of Tata. And how this identity comes, because you have done certain social work that has an impact. So this study we have done and we published a paper in Journal of Material Production, and the core manufacturing company, how that creates value. Employees, because employees are internal customers, they are telling whenever we do marketing activities, our dependent variable was marketing performance. So basically, because of this perception on corporate social responsibility, that creates a lot of self-identity. A person is very much proud of tell that I am employee of Tata, and because of this proudness, he can sell the products and the marketing performance is higher. So in the competition, clear-cut competition, the several people tell employees do not want to stay in family-owned companies because some study has done. But our study has told that people want to stay because they are doing certain policies and programs from generation to generation that brings identity. Because of the self-identity, because I'm a Tata employee, because everybody respects Tata, because they do a lot of social work. Because of one family business, those who are banks, somebody has taken over, they may change the policies. But family-owned business, they keep this philanthropy and all these activities intact because they understand my father was doing, he has told that has very big value and everything. So that study, similarly, another important family farm reputation. Several times the reputation is bad or reputation is good. When the reputation is good, they have established the business from nowhere to somewhere. But how this reputation has come? Not systematic research done. Whether the company is not doing research, nor outsiders. That research is very much critical for success of family-owned business. Next is market orientation of family farms. Several times we talk about marketing. Marketing, the definition has been changed. That for earlier definition that only satisfying the customers that do not hold. Now the creating value for the or raising the standard of consumers. What you are doing so that you raise the standard of consumers. And those who are pioneers in family-owned business, they know that what customers require, and they do not know exactly by just dreaming. They do thorough marketing research. They understand the pulses of consumers. Those who are never think that these companies make product innovations, so they are making some products by doing some experience. That experience comes by interacting the customers. Several times what happens, that person who is taking over the business, they never interact with the customers that much, like these predecessors. So that's why they cannot keep the reputation. So the sources of reputation, sources of brand equity, and what makes the point of differentiation of that particular company is very critical. So real research is required. There are a lot of research required. For example, McDonald's is doing a lot of good things, food chain and everything. We have a lot of they do that franchise model. I've asked several food giants like our Dastarkhana in Lucknow. I was doing a study in Lucknow food consumer behavior. So we have awarded Dastarkhana and similar other local restaurants. So I have made them personally. I have given the certificate to them in a function and told that you are serving the people the best. So they are very happy that somebody has. I am Lucknow like a premier institute. They have recognized us. They say, yes, you are serving. That's why those people are visiting. They do a Mela kind of thing in I am Lucknow in Kelvin Talukdar ground that is called Index. And I have done some research on food. So I have made the Dastarkhana person. I told I want to meet you for 10-15 minutes. Yes, you are invited to my good food and everything. I have told, why don't you open the franchise? You are a very good company and I think there is no family-owned business and everything. And you know the secrets. But the major problem is that you cannot manage. McDonald's, this legal and everything, I have told they maintain certain quality and everything. So you can also maintain that thing. That Dastarkhana can be in Delhi and other locations. People will get the taste and everything. But they told that lot of thinking is required. And I will get back to you, but he has not come back. So this family-owned business, time has come how they can create this franchise model, and those are small, marginal in particular locations. If they will spread out in multiple locations, like somebody is selling in a particular location is very popular, why he cannot go to other locations? And if McDonald's can create the brand equity, why the small and marginal family businesses they cannot spread? Because they are somewhere they are very much well learned and reputed. So these are some issues I thought that I should share. People will be benefited to conduct some research. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dash, for your illuminating insights and for painting a vibrant tapestry of ideas for us. Your insights have been a symphony of knowledge, a masterpiece that will resonate with us throughout this conference. Can we please have Mr. Sabi Ahmed Kidwai here to give his insights?
Thank you. If you can put that slide. Thank you for inviting me. And an honest confession that I am not a teacher, I'm not a professor, I've not done as much research that the other members on the dais have done. So I will bring in my little experiences that I have from the corporate world that I have been working. I've got Professor Furqan Qamar here. He was my teacher, he taught me. So a round of applause for him. Thank you, sir. We carry the wisdom that you had given us, the curiosity, the ability to learn and relook at things from a different perspective. We really carry that with us wherever we are. I've put in a few slides in the morning. The only small challenge is that this will also test my agility, because while I was finishing my slides in the morning, I had a call and I was taking that call, and I requested my son to help me put the slides in order. So now let's see what has he done and what will I be able to do with the combination of this. But I really wanted to just a few slides and I won't bore you much. You always learn when you come in the company of teachers and professors. If I was to organize this seminar here in this room, I would have put the dice on that side. And my logic would have been that when you enter, you will be able to see who's speaking, what is being talked about, etc. But I didn't, and I know that what happens is that gradually students from the door would start going out. Here you don't have that choice. If you would move, we will make a note of it. Professor Saab would make a note list that, okay, so many went out halfway through the lecture. So we learned that. And I'm glad that this was done. So I have captive audience. You won't run away. The only excuse that you would have is you'll have to take your phone. Oh yeah, coming, very important. just a minute. So here are the few slides. What I wanted to bring forth was, as I said, I have not done a lot of research, but what I know is that in the industry, my role, my current responsibility is building organization for the future. How do we prepare the organization for the future? What kind of skills would be required? What kind of organization structure would be required? What kind of relationships in the organization would be required in the future is what we prepare for the organization. I work for a company called Schneider Electric. We have got around 40,000 people in India. Around the world, we have got around 2 lakhs people. So I am part of the global team that works on the future of the organization. So from there, I've picked up some things that I wanted to bring here and actually build conversation with you. So it's important that you reciprocate, you agree, disagree, challenge me, and I'll try and explain what have I learned and what do I know and what do I not know, and maybe you have the answers for that. So we'll go to that. Today, everything is connected. Everything is intelligent. Everything works together in tandem, whether we like it or not, but that's where the world has arrived. And in fact, we are liking it. We're liking it by and large. So when I want to reach a place, my phone is connected. I will be able to see how much time will it take, what is the direction, what speed. I can see what speed will I be able to drive and predict a lot of things. Not just that, there are a lot of other things, a lot of data points that all of us are leaving actually, which are being now clubbed together and used to make sense of information. And I'll touch upon some of them, some of those very interesting ones that is happening already, and how is it impacting our lives? How would it impact our lives in times to come? So as a result, what has happened is that there are multiple factors that are influencing the world. This is the result of my son playing with the slides. So this slide was to come later, but I want to hear from you. I've given 10 things that are mega trends in the industry. This is what is happening. I hope all of you can relate to and know what all I'm talking about: climate, machine learning, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, Internet of Things, enabling technology for social network, and talent landscape is changing. The flexibility with which we work around is changing because of the way we work. So our office globally, we've done away with office schedules. We don't have any office schedules. We work from wherever we are. We are not supposed to go to office every day. It's a hybrid forever for around the world. So whosoever is wherever, we work from there. Now this has brought lot more flexibilities to how we work. Who all can I have in my team? I don't have to have everyone in the team at the same place. They're all spread around. I can get expertise from wherever the best expertise is available. So when I have to look at data, I get someone from Bangalore to work with me, and when I have to look at metaverse, I get someone in US to work with me, because we have that flexibility now. Now we have that diversity, and because we're working with such a diverse group of people, it is important for us to to learn and understand the diversity. Professor Kamar also talked about the importance of diversity and inclusion, because we have all kinds of people around the world, and if we have to get the best of them, we must be able to include them. 3D printing, blockchain, and metaverse. Now, if these are top 10 trends that are impacting, what do you think, which is the biggest, which will make the biggest impact to the way we live our lives, we as individuals? Climate change? Louder. Social networks? AI? Anyone else there? Automation? Metaverse? Diversity? Anyone else? Backbenchers, I relate with you a lot. So, what is your opinion? Metaverse and climate change. All right, this was a trick question, by the way. Everything. All of this would impact, and the challenge is that it is not just one. It is the combinatorial impact of this that will have the biggest impact, and as a result, you would see an avalanche that would. So it's multiple things that would just hit us, are already hitting us at the moment, and it would keep hitting us, and it will impact us, and the way we work, the way we live our lives is changing. We are turning out to be digital beings. So that's what we are. That's how we are. That's how we are being tracked. By the way, everything that we do, there has been. There is actually an act that was passed in US where someone, it was Monica Lewinsky who actually went to the court saying that before I go anywhere and I introduce myself, my impressions are already there. So I have the right to be forgotten. So she brought in this, that I have the right to be forgotten, what I did, whatever has happened, but the court couldn't grant her that right because it is out of control. There's so much of data that you're leaving behind that it won't let the world forget who you are, what are you doing, where have you been, what have you looked at, who do you touch through in your lives. Everything is recorded to the extent that IBM Watson can now predict where would I be. They don't need any data from me to predict that. They can predict where would I be next month. On this same day, they will be able to predict it because my mobile data, they will be able to access that data and they will be able to track, looking at the algorithm, multiplying the data points that I have in the last few years, and then predicting where would I be in the next month's time. And it is predicting with pretty good accuracy. So it's already happening. We are living this future. It's already here. It's not something that would happen in the future. It is already happening. Now, if that is what is happening, then how would it impact our lives? You recognize who she is? Angelina Jolie. Anything that you know about her apart from the fact that she's a star? Any philanthropist? Yes. She did not have cancer, by the way. She got her breast removed based on, and this was a huge debate that she actually instigated in the world, because she got that surgery done on the basis of statistical analysis, saying that she had no symptoms of cancer. But the data said that someone with that kind of growth in the body would at some point of time will have cancer. And it would be very malignant and it would grow very fast. And she had to take a decision that can she take. So this was not a medical advice. This was not based on her doctor's advice, that it was based on algorithm. It was based on calculations that was done on the data points that are collected from around the world, looking at the cell developments of people, and then they said that you could have this cancer, and she made a decision that she will get it operated. This has raised a debate in the world that what should we look? I mean, there's no clinical symptom of it, but she did it. And that is the kind of world that you are already living in. I thought I'll play this small video and then continue my conversation. Volume if you can.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for calling Hot Fast Pizzas. Can I have
What pizza?
Surely, sir. Can I have your ID purpose identification number?
One second. It's RSP 0603 1993 MI.
Thank you for your number, sir. Am I speaking with Mr. Rashmi Jaspuri from Bangalore, Mumbai?
Yes.
The number from which you're calling is 9199930482 and the residential number is 22223245.
Yes. Okay. After you know this.
We are connected with the system, sir. We have all the related information.
I want to open a regular pizza.
Sure, sir. But that's not what I know.
What do you mean?
As per the last medical records at Bombay Hospital, dated 9 August 2015, you have high blood pressure and a high cholesterol level, sir.
What are you saying?
As I said, we are connected to the system, sir.
Push. Okay. Then, what would you recommend?
Try a low-fat, super vegetarian Mexican pizza with a leg piece.
And how can you use them?
As a product of food title, popular Mexican food from National Library last month, which is never to return, sir.
Okay, I give up. See, I'm ready. Second one, how much will it cost?
The total cost is rupees 365, including taxes, sir.
Okay, fine. You said the pizza. I pay for it by my credit card. Okay?
Our friend, we have to cash the tax, sir. The money active credit card package value is over the limit, and amount is rupees 79,765. So it's July 2015. And it's not including the late payment charges on the last cash
That's
payment.
fine. You said the pizza. Could you please, I guess I will have to go to the nicely.
Sorry to inform, but your bank, sir, we have reached your ready cash limits, which was withdrawn at an ATM at domestic airport terminal B when your wife took a flight to New Delhi.
Okay.
As I said, we are connected.
Yes, you're connected to the system. You said the pizza. I will pay by cash. How much will it take?
25 minutes, sir. But if you can't wait as you said earlier and you're very hungry, you can always stop to a nearest outlet. As I live 5 minutes away from the nearest outlet in your area, and you have a card number MI01XC3482, will I do that? As I said earlier, you are connected to the system, sir.
I just got my pizza.
Okay, your order is confirmed, sir. Anything else, sir?
Nothing. Would I be getting a $300 for actually in the
We are on your sir. But based on the medical records, you are also documented. Our question is do not miss a second, sir. You are connected on 14th March 2015 for your communication program. And your answer asked for this available in the radio department.
Shut up, you bitch!
So, world is really connected, and there are decisions being made on you, by you, for you, because of this network that that we are all connected, and that is giving rise to a new kind of companies. These companies that you see have grown multifold, multifold. Oyo is now one of the biggest hotel in terms of number of beds that they manage. They are the biggest in the world. The biggest in the world. Now imagine the Sheratons and the Meridians and the Tags of the world, the billions of dollars that they spend in building that chain and hundreds of years. These guys have done it in a few years' time, less than a decade, because of the power of this combinatorial power of these things that I was sharing with you. Paytm, for that matter, Paytm is changing the way we do business. UPI payment, for that matter, is changing the way we are doing business in the country. In fact, India is way ahead of the rest of the world in terms of the number of payments. The number of payments, digital payments that we do in a month is more than the rest of the world put together. The whole rest of the world put together, we do more number of digital payments in the country. So Airbnb, Uber, Alibaba, these are changing the way. Alibaba, they do $1 billion sale in a day. $1 billion sale in a day. And I was talking to the CEO a few months back. We were in a panel, Sandeep Behl of Raymond. He said that this was a couple of years back actually. And he said that we are completing 100 years of our existence, and this year we will make 1 billion. So there will be 1 billion in 100 years. Raymond's, Alibaba does 1 billion sale in a day. They call it $1 billion sale day. So that's the way the world is changing. That's the way the entrepreneurship that we were talking about, the business, the way it is happening, we're talking about, it has changed. It is no longer that old model of business brick by brick, day by day. That's not what the world order is now. It is changing, and we will have to, as business, as organizations, as leaders, as professionals, as entrepreneurs, we will have to really get to this real context. If we are operating in some other framework, in some other model, we are missing the bus. We're at a different place. The world is at a very, very different place, and we will have to be agile enough to get to that point and to make that change. This is an interesting example. In fact, this was my first slide. If I had put these slides together, this was in 1997. Anyone recognizes this guy? Louder. Kasparov. Yes. Kasparov was beaten by who? No. It was beaten by Deep Blue, an artificially intelligent IBM machine. It was in 1997 that he was beaten, and then it was thought that, okay, so now the time has come, we will have super intelligent computers who will take over the world, and the human beings will have to be subservient to these machines because they are becoming smarter, and they are smarter than the smartest of us all, Gary Kasparov. But we continued with the experimentation, we continued playing with it, and interestingly, after around 8-10 years, what we were able to achieve was that we were able to beat Deep Blue by not just Gary Kasparov. We tried all kind of combinations. So we said, okay, let's get all grandmasters together and then play against the Deep Blue. Deep Blue would again beat them. All of them put together, all the world champions of the grandmasters of chess were beaten by Deep Blue even when they were playing together. But then what they did was that they said that, okay, now let's get one machine also to play along. And Gary Kasparov and a machine together were able to beat Deep Blue. And the learning was that it's not about machine versus humans. It's about machine with humans. How do we prepare to work in tandem with them? How do we prepare ourselves to work in sync with them, leveraging the best that the machines can bring and the best that we can bring. And that has been the game changer. Since then, there's a lot of work that is happening around in organizations. So when coming back to the reference that I started with, in our organization, for example, I'm preparing how would we manage. So I'm preparing managers, how will you work with machines and people together. We are working, by the way, it's not future. We have managers who work with machines and with people. Now the skill that I need to train my managers for is that how do you divide the work? What would go to the machine? What would go to the human beings? And in fact, it is becoming even more complex. So the next thing that we are doing is that what would go to human beings within this organization and what would go to human beings who are outside this organization, who are geeks, who are specialists, who are sitting in some part of the world, but brings one unique expertise that is required for what we are trying to do here. So we're working, and then also the future of the organizations, as I was talking about, the future also is that, so some work would be done by gigs, some work would be done by machines, some work would be done by our own people, some work would be done by a crowd. We'll open it up to the world and someone else will solve, some students around the world will solve the problem, some freelancers would solve the problem or give a solution, create a protocol and give it back to us, and then we will work on it. And the challenge that we have for that, how do we envisage that organization? Then how do I do workforce planning? As human resources manager, as human resource leader, this was my USP. I was valued by the organization because I had this expertise that I would do forecasting of workforce. I'll say if you have to produce 100 this year and then 200 next year and 500 next year, then you need 200 people and then you need 150 and you need more than that. But that is not valid anymore. So I have to build a different skill now, that how do you divide this work? Who does what? Which work goes to whom? And then how do you prepare an organization like that for the future? And that's what we talk about, and we're preparing the organization for. As professionals, all of you, when you would go to the industry, I would tell you, most of you would be interviewed by machines. We are doing it already. So it's not that I'm talking about, oh, in future mein some machine will come. No, you won't even realize, but you are being interviewed by a machine. Even when I'm sitting in front of the computer, my computer is actually recording everything and will then help me make an assessment of the individual that I'm talking to. So it is the combination of humans and the machines that is already interviewing, that is already making assessments. On my way here, I was talking to my colleagues. We are preparing on a large-scale development center where we would have artificial intelligence doing the assessment of the professionals that we have in the organization and projecting their potential for the future. And these solutions are already available. These solutions are available. We have already piloted. When I was coming here, I was on that call talking to my colleagues that how do we really make sense of the data that is being given to us and what do we make out of that data. Now, if everything is going digital, everything would, then what happens to us? Will everything be digitized? I have a small 30 seconds video. Something would not go away. Some papers will continue to exist, and we will have to do things analog also. Not everything would go digital. But then, what does it mean for you? What does it mean for us as humans? Are we going to lose this battle with the machines? Are the organizations of future going to be only leveraging machines? No, maybe not. We will have to continue looking at the skills of the future. And this is my list of, and by the way, I don't want to give you too much. Google future skills, and there are hundreds of McKinsey reports and World Economic Forum report and BCG reports that will give you the list of skills that are the future skills. But this is my list. For us to stay relevant and for students in particular to stay relevant in the future, these are my skills. This, when combined with the machine, will make you superhumans. This is what will make you superhumans. This is what will keep you relevant in the industry, in the organizations of the future, and you will be able to contribute to the world. That's what I had to say. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What a wonderfully engaging session it was. Thank you, Kidwai sir, for sharing your wealth of knowledge and for contributing a masterpiece to a symphony of ideas. And now, let us introduce you all to our next distinguished guest, Mr. Vikas Jain, who is the co-founder at Play Design Labs and is also the co-founder of Micromax Informatics Limited, which is one of the leading consumer electronics companies in India and is one of the largest mobile phone players in the world. Over the past decade, Micromax has pioneered the democratization of technology in India by offering affordable innovations through their product offerings and removing barriers for large-scale adoption of advanced technologies. Perhaps that's why Micromax has held a unique place in the hearts and minds of Indian consumers, and its philosophy of nothing like anything continuously resonates with Indian consumers. Micromax is a brand which is close to the heart of youth and celebrates the vibrancies of life and empowerment. Its products have become an extension of Indian youth's lifestyle and dynamism. Play Design Labs, popularly known as World of Play, made its debut in India last year as a new brand betting big on the power of connected devices. The company has introduced a slew of audio and wearable products under its PlayGo and PlayFit branding. Founded by Mr. Vikas Jain, also as Micromax co-founder, the New Age brand focuses on not only giving the best products, but a complete and end-to-end solution. Mr. Jain is connected with us virtually to share his valuable insights and wisdom.
Fellow students. As an alumnus of a prestigious institute from India, I was scheduled to be a part of this event and to meet you guys in person, speak with you, share ideas, take a lot of inputs. However, due to some unavoidable circumstances, I'm unable to make it to the event. I take this opportunity to congratulate all of you guys in a quest of education and would like to assure you that brighter future awaits all of you as our nation strives from strength to strength. All the best. Thank you.
Let's give a huge round of applause for Mr. Jain. As we conclude this enlightening session, it's time to express our gratitude for the knowledge shared today. Allow me to call the driving force behind this conference, our convener, Dr. Yasmin Shamsi Rizvi. Her dedication and tireless efforts have brought this event to life. Get ready for her thoughtful bit of work that will leave you even more inspired. Thank you.
So before I proceed with the vote of thanks, I would like to know from the audience, did you benefit from the speakers' sessions here? Just raise your hands how many of you really benefited. So based on this little survey that we have done right now, I think that we can call this event a successful one. Can we do that? Yes. Okay. Thank you. So any event requires immense level of collaboration and teamwork. And as you saw that this event has been organized very well by the students. We are standing here. So I feel that we have taught them a great lesson in collaboration. This is a skill that AI will not be able to take up. As of now, it hasn't, and it will take a lot of time for AI to catch up with that. The immense level of collaboration and communication that the students have learned, I think they would not have learned in the classroom. Am I right? Okay, so with this, I'll start with a formal vote of thanks. So firstly, I would like to thank our chief guest, Professor Najma Akhtar, Mr. Frank Islam, all the dignitaries present here, our dear participants, researchers and students. Professor Najma Akhtar is a source of immense motivation for all of us, especially the women professionals sitting here. I think just looking at her, her grace and poise really motivates us so much. Mr. Frank Islam has so nicely shared a recording of his when he has spoken about his life's journey that was full of challenges. He started from a very humble background, and now he's a very well-known figure in America, and he's well respected. And he has donated so generously to Aligarh Muslim University that I'm alumnus of AMU. I am studying from the Department of the Faculty of Management Studies there, and he has donated so much to that particular department, and it is doing so well. So we are very grateful that he has shared such insights with us, and he will continue to inspire all the budding entrepreneurs. You know that you can make it big in spite of all the hurdles that you face, or even if you are from a very humble background. I thank Professor Satyabhushan Raj for taking his valuable time out and coming all the way to Jamia Millia Islamia. He has touched on such relevant issues related to family business, such as succession planning, marketing issues related to brand management, reputation of family firms. Thank you so much, sir, for adding immense value to us. I thank Mr. Sabi Ahmed Kirpai that you also took out your valuable time. He's from the corporate and they're so tied up all the time. We can understand that. He talked about building organizations for the future, the relations that are very important. Again, I would like to stress upon the fact that AI will not be able to manage relations. It is, especially, I'm going to talk about emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is also a skill of the future. And relationship management and self-management, these are the skills that will set you apart. You have also talked about the mega trends that are impacting the world, such as diversity, climate change, AI, metaverse. You have also talked about how your organization is adapting to these mega trends. Thank you so much, sir. Professor P.K. Gupta, he has been immense support at every step. We were here till, I think, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night. And there was this little incident that I want to share with you. So we were having tea around 7, 8 o'clock, and he was sitting in his office. And he came here to look around how we were practicing and rehearsing for this event today. So he saw some tea, falling on the floor here, and he told me in the office that even if you mind, and there were some of us sitting there, even if you mind, I'm going to go there with a broom and clean it myself, because the sanitary people leave by 4 or 5 here. So he has such immense humility. So let me then tell you that I told him, no, sir, you will not do that. We will manage. So then I came back here, then there is this gents washroom right opposite this room. I saw a broom over there. From here I said, okay, because I cannot go inside the gents washroom, right? So I told one of the boys here that you bring me that broom, I will clean it. So that boy, I don't know if you're here. So yes, he's right here. So he went there and he brought it, and I told him, no, you give it to me. He said, no, I will clean it. So he did that. So thanks again. I mean, it was very nice for you to do that. So this is basically again one of the skills that you have talked about. That is humility. Humility is very critical if you want to ever go in your life. And that is again something that AI will not be able to catch up with. Thank you so much again to all of you. And Professor Gupta, you have supported us so much. You have immense, you share great rapport with each one of us here, including the staff, the teachers, and you get along well with everybody so well. Thank you, sir. I will now I don't know if I've broken the protocol, I'm sorry for that. I should have thanked our Dean, Faculty of Management Studies first, Professor Amirul Hasan Ansari. You are like a very senior family member, and your blessings are very, very important for all of us. And at every point, you have always blessed us. I will talk about how we started the journey. I'm sorry if I'm taking time and you're very hungry. Just bear with me for 5 more minutes or even less. Our journey started in February when I thought about, having this conference, and I spoke in one of the faculty meetings that I want to organize an event, a conference in entrepreneurship and family business. And I put up a concept note. So to Sir Professor Gupta, he believed in me and he passed it on forwarded to Professor Amirul Hasan Ansari. He also believed in me and he forwarded to the registrar and then how it goes to the vice chancellor and so on. So basically, I'm trying to tell you that everybody showed their trust in me. And I'm very, very grateful to all of you that you trusted me with such a major, organizing such a major event. I'm very humbled by the fact. And I hope I have thanked everybody here. Mr. Vikas Jain, he told me just yesterday that he's very ill. And I asked him if his health permitted to share a small video with us. And he did that. And we have been able to play it. I think that also motivates all of you just by looking at him and his, the desire to be with you. He has shared that through his video. Thank you so much, Mr. Vikas Jain. Professor Furqan Qamar. He is not here right now, but he is always such an immense source of inspiration, and he has touched upon what happens behind the scenes when he talked about the silent engine versus the noisy engine, and also he talked about the critical issues related to family businesses. So he always, I invite him mostly as a keynote speaker in everything that I organize here. He's such a source of inspiration, and I'm really, really thankful to him. And last but not the least, I will thank all my colleagues. Just by being here, you are motivating all of us. Thank you so much. Some of you are presenting papers. Some of you will be session chairs. Thank you so much for that. And my dear students, without you, it would not have been possible. You are the driving force behind this conference, and I would. You have worked tirelessly, day in, day out, 24/7, over months. So I would like to take some names here. Firstly, Alina, if you could stand up. Alina and Afreen Dilkash, please stand up. Arham and Lakshya is here, and Sumna, Laika, and so many others. I am trying to look for you here, but all of you have worked so tirelessly, please. And thanks a lot to all my students, because of you this was possible. Now I will end my speech here, and I would like to invite all our guests here to join us for lunch, and all the volunteers also to please take the refreshments. Thank you so much. Yes, we will proceed to the guest house, all the participants and our special guests here. Thank you. And our colleagues also, please join us.
Michael?
English start. प्रकाश सर वाला प्रकाश सर आ रहे क्या
प्रकाश सर नहीं आ रहे, फिर क्वेश्चन बारे में कुछ कराना है। ये वाली सारी चाहिए। नवाज नवाज यहाँ रहो यार थोड़ा, इसमें पता चले कुछ जानकारी अनाउंसमेंट करना। Guys, जिन participants ने अभी PPT भेजी है, I have received 4 PPTs. शहबाज, जामिया कॉन्फ्रेंस सीरियल नंबर 4, BMW PPT, समीर एंड हसन PPT. किसी की रह रही है? Shireen.
No, ma'am. In offline WhatsApp me
नहीं यही तुमसे नहीं होता है।
फिर आप कर लो, वो आप कर लेना, ठीक है?
क्या
ये वाला क्या सेव होता है लाइट को, पहले भी आप ही का चाहिए, फिर ये मैं करूँगी ओके मैम वाला, फिर आप दूसरी तो रूल्स आपको बोलना है,
ठीक है,
फिर मुझे
वो तुम कर लो ना, रूल्स मैं बोल दूंगी।
हाँ तो रूल्स आप बोलोगे ही। ये वाला करें ना, एथिक्स ऑफ ऑटोमेशन।
चलो बस ये दोनों पीपीटी को डाल देंगे, पीपीटी करके
ये भी घर पे भी करना तो 7 इसमें मुझे सिर्फ टिक्स भी दिख रहे हैं, आप नाम लेते जाओगे ना और क्रॉस चेक करना हो जाएगा। नाम 7
हमारे पास नहीं आ रही। अच्छा, ये स्टार्ट करना है माउस लाओ। एक सेकेंड, अरे इससे कनेक्ट होगा ना। इंट्रोडक्शन मुझे दिखाई नहीं है। फिर आपको 10 मिनट क्यों देने पड़ेंगे? तुम इसे ऑन कर दो। कनेक्ट होगा ना। करो ऑन यार, देखो कैसे हो। जल्दी यार। एक सेकंड, तुम वो का लिंक का इसकी आज का इसकी वो ऑन है। मैं कहीं प्रोजेक्टर वगैरह कनेक्ट कर दूं ताकि पेंड्राइव लगा के पीछे हो। कौन सा तार है? लक्ष्य नहीं उठाएगा फोन। ट्राई कोर्स कर रहा है वो। उसको बता के तू जानते चाहिए था कोई तार लग रहा है इसमें लैपटॉप में। कर लेते हैं ज्वाइन कब कर रहा है किसने? उसकी स्क्रीन पे पीपीटी शेयर नहीं होती है। प्रोजेक्ट ऑन करो, हमको ये वो बंद करके प्रोजेक्टर ऊपर से करो। हाँ जो सर पे वो बंद करके करो। मैम प्रोजेक्टर जैसे ऑन हो रहा है। इस पेन ड्राइव दिखाई होगी। पेनड्राइव में डाल दें। ये स्टार्ट हो गया प्रोजेक्टर। ऐसे ही करते हैं, वेलकम कर दो। बोल रहा हूँ मैं तुम्हें दे रही हूँ, मैं दे रही हूँ। अब चल रिवाज नीचे सीपीयू में लगी सर में
आप लोग एक बार चेक कर लीजिए, आप सबकी पीपीटी है ना इसमें? नहीं इसमें
मैंने फॉर्म में भेजा
पीडी में आपके पास है
क्या?
पेन ड्राइव में है?
पेन ड्राइव में वायरस है, इसलिए मैं पेन ड्राइव भी नहीं ला पाई। मैंने इसलिए पूछा था पहले ही कि और यहाँ पे मतलब ईमेल फॉर्म पे ऑलरेडी सबमिट है, तो फिर वो हो जाएगा, तो मेरा हाँ हो जाएगा। मेरे पास ईमेल है, ईमेल से फॉरवर्ड कर सकते। हाँ मैं व्हाट्सएप
उनकी ही हो या पीडीपी WhatsApp.
I've already made you.
I know that you have to WhatsApp me. Right.
Which
Number
number?
is 99 and I have double nine 5323. मुझे व्हाट्सएप पे भेजो राशन अभी राशन नाम का
qualified for the delay.
Yeah.
Because we are updating the PPT, so some of you have been updated.
and here we have a lot of signal issues. We had to download, but we are happy. Start the first one. That is, we have Shabbat with us. Yeah, so you will be the first participant. Please come and you can share your learnings with the audience. Thank you. Session 2. And before that, we'll take 2 minutes to introduce our session chair. Professor Vasya is with us. Kindly introduce ma'am before that.
We would like to introduce the power health.
As we savor the delightful flavors of lunch and take a well-deserved break, let's gear up for the next exciting chapter of our conference. We are about to dive into the ocean of knowledge with our paper presentations, and to steer us through this intellectual voyage, we have distinguished experts who will serve as our session chairs. Get ready for an afternoon filled with insightful discussions and research discoveries, with sessions divided into 4 tracks. So for that, we would like to introduce you all to our highly knowledgeable and experienced session chairs.
The academic powerhouse, the HR guru and mental health champion, Dr. Wasia Taj Begum, with a PhD in industrial psychology from Jamia Millia Islamia University, an MBA and an HR analyst certification. She is an academic polymath. Currently a university lecturer at Jamia Millia Islamia, her expertise spans human resource management, organizational behavior, HR analytics, industrial relations, organizational development, and marketing management. With over a decade of teaching and research in esteemed institutions, she is a seasoned educator and researcher. Dr. Begum's extensive research contributions, including work on employee mental health during COVID-19, her advocacy for mental health, and her involvement with AIMA, make her a true force in academia. Please give a huge round of applause for Dr. Wasia Taj Begum.
So before proceeding with the paper presentations, let me explain the rules of presentations. Every presenter will have maximum of 5 minutes to present his or her study. There will be a buzzer at the end of 4 minutes as a reminder. In the 5th minute, the presenter will need to conclude his or her presentation. 1 or 2 minutes will be given for a Q&A session if required. All the presenters should follow these guidelines, as the session chairs will be evaluating in you on time management skills as well.
So for the first presentation, I would like to call Mohammad Shehbaz Hussain on paper titled Steering Through Pandemic Financial Distress Risk of Indian Family Firms.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I do full screen of this? Yes, okay. What do you want full screen? Okay, so my paper titles is Steering Through Pandemic, the Financial Distress Risk of Indian Family Firms. Now see, the thing is, sustainability is an important desirable feature of any business, because when a business is sustained, then stakeholders which are associated with the business, they also benefit. So I am focusing on sustainability, and this sustainability is impacted by certain risks, like risk from outside, like COVID-19 recently, and risk from within the company, like poor corporate governance. And poor corporate governance, it can be it can occur due to family involvement in the board. We have nepotism, influence over management, carrying legacies and family values. These impact the core objectivity of a corporate governance. So, and the thing is, in India and globally, we have a lot of family firms, like firms which are managed by families, and
like some studies said it is like 67 to 90%. In India, it is around 85%. And the survival rate of these family firms is very low. Like 33% when it comes to fourth generation. It's like 30% to second, 13 when third generation. By fourth generation is only 3%. And like recently we have seen COVID-19, which caused high level of debts, high interest costs. So all these things impact sustainability. Now my research objective is to assess the impact of COVID-19 on the Indian businesses, and especially differentiating the impact on family firms and non-family firms. And for that, I did literature review on what actually are a family firm. So there are like 4 basic criteria, which are ownership, management. These are 2 the main criteria, and there are other 2 like self-assessment and successful intergenerational transitions, which I found like in very rare studies. But most of the studies, they cover ownership and management. And how much ownership in the equity. Well, these are again argued differently by different research. Like some said it is 5%, 25%, 50%, and so on. Similarly, for management, some studies said that the majority of the board should be from family, and some said that even when a CEO or MD is from family, then it is sufficient enough to call it a family firm. And so they are like complexities and firm specific characteristics. This concept called familyness. When a family firms do business, it is different from a professional firm. They bring some of the family values, something distinct. So some authors have described it as a familyness effect. And besides, like this, there is huge literature on what is a family firm and what is not, and there is heterogeneity in it as well. So I've used these 2 models. One is the 3-circle model, and another model given by Westhead and Howard. Like these 2 models, they are basically centered around these management and ownership areas. Like how much concentrated is the family ownership, family involvement in the ownership, like the shareholding, and how much in the management. So based on I use this model, this second model by Westhead and Howard, and for this I have tried to differentiate. Like I have taken Nifty 50 companies in my study, and I've differentiated between like what family firm, what not, based on this management and equity ownership. And bro, I need serious some more time, please.
We have 1 more minute.
I need at least like 3-4 minutes. 3 or 4 minutes, please. Yeah. So I found like a lot of literature review which supported that family businesses, actually the involvement of family increases the business performance. And in my study, like I've used Altman Z score as a measure to as a tool to measure the financial stress risk, and I'm trying to cover the gap, because earlier studies they have covered the performance with respect to market performance, the other performance, like we have Tobin's Q, ROA, firm value, positive, abnormal, and all. Okay, ma'am, but I have to discuss the background. Yeah. Okay, all right. So ma'am, I have taken the data of Nifty 50 companies, and for the sample period for 2019 to 23. And the variables I have took is Altman Z square, which is a widely accepted measure to study the financial distress risk. It studies like how much time it will take a firm to get bankrupt. So the higher score is the better. The T table, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I have the t-test and the classification. Ma'am, I have classified the firms based on their shareholding. Like well, they must have the highest shareholding among all. So these are the list of companies which are basically which have qualified as a family firm based on ownership and management. And this is the list which is Also family firm, but ma'am, this is not very highly concentrated family firms. Like as I told, the earlier research, they have discussed with these models. They have classified types of family firms. Like family firms cannot be only one type of family firm. There are some firms which have high concentration called the average family firms, and there are with low concentration called professional family firms. Yeah, initially I have to find that out. Yeah, ma'am, coming to that, like we have three different categories in which we have analyzed in the study. One is the highly concentrated family firms. Second is the professionally governed family firms, professionally managed family firms. Third are the professional firms, which do not have any. Okay. Sustainability is assessed through the Altman Z square. How the company with the category which has the high Altman Z square is supposed to be to have greater sustainability, and the one with low it must have like low sustainability. So these are my result for descriptive analysis, and this is the chart which is shown. Let's see the first column is 2019 before the pandemic. So it is a starting point. Then in 2020 we can see a little dump in the lines. This is majorly because of COVID-19. So you can see the Altman Z score dropping because of the impact. So it suggests that there are some visible impact of COVID-19 on the sustainability. Later on it recovers. In the second year, like they are back to normal. So if there would be any impact, although I've tested it through like t-test, but the values are not significant at 95%. The closest I can reach is like 0.57, 0.54 for the like first and second year. So this implies that although they are like differences in the first year, but these are not significant enough to call it a major. So we conclude the impact is minor. The impact of COVID-19 is minor on the sustainability of all these firms. Then the second part is that I did the differentiation analysis, like how different are the family firms, and I found that like as I told, the firms which were managed by professional, the firms which are highly concentrated family firms, they did well. They did more better than the average overall firms, and the firms which are family firms which are managed by professionals, they did poorly here in comparison, not like on sustainability. Yeah, right. So these are like other results of the analysis again, but all my results are not significant at 95%. No, the closest I reached is like 30.33%. Ma'am, implication the findings they align with the earlier studies. Like earlier, most of the earlier studies they said that engagement of family in the business actually improves the performance. The firms with family in it outperform the normal firms. My results are also same, but only for like highly concentrated family firms in which the ownership and management is under the hand of family, not for those which are initiated by families but are now governed by professionals. Like we have the Birla Group, they have very less control in most of the companies. Then we have Tata, they have so these are my discussions and implications finally. So there was a impact of COVID-19, but insignificant. Then there was differences between family and non-family firms, but again insignificant. And they are like these things, and then yeah, all these. The final conclusion is, yeah, we have seen like differences and the impact, but it's not significant enough to make a strong conclusion. And the limitations, of course, is regarding short sample because of data availability and the country selection and all. Yeah, ma'am. Okay, all right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shabazz. Next, we have Sakshi Bansal to present on the title Women Entrepreneurs in India. We have to call the next. Please correct this. So sorry for the technical issue. Next, we have Sameer Ahmad Khan presenting on harmonizing hard and hires, navigating HR challenges in family-owned business.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. My name is Sameer Khan, and I, along with the co-investigator Hassan Ahmed, who unfortunately isn't here, he had to cancel at the last moment. And I'm going to present on the topic harmonizing heart and hires and navigating major HR challenges in a family-owned business. The moment when I say family firm, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? A small, local, unorganized, with a limited scope of expansion, and familiar set of problems like squabbles for succession. Well, that might be true, certainly in the case of mom and pop firms, but it is not restricted to that at all. And it certainly does not reflect the powerful role that a family firm plays in the global economy. Not only do they include sprawling corporations like Walmart owned by the Waltons, Samsung owned by the Lee, and BMW owned by the Quant, and Tata Groups owned by the Tata and Sons, but they account for more than 30% of all companies with sales that exceed $1 billion each year. A firm is said to be a family firm. Directly to the research methodology part. All right. So this study adopted an inductive approach. We distributed a very basic questionnaire that was aimed at collecting information about gender, age, and it only had 5 questions. So the 2 were demographic questions, and there was a question about where people had to identify the major challenges that they were facing in their family firms. And an additional question was there, which was phrased as if the respondent would like to appear for an online interview. So 50 questionnaires were distributed and only 46 were returned. And out of those 46, only 9 people opted for the online interview part. Yeah, because we were trying to do a qualitative study. Yeah. So based on the open-ended questionnaire that was centered around the identification of the major HR challenges, 3 were found the top ones: role conflict, transparency issues, and family ties. The participants were then contacted on a mutually suitable time for in-depth interviews, and each of them lasted for about 20 to 30 minutes. And all the respondents were given the same set of 14 questions that they had to answer. The 2 of them were the first icebreaker questions, and the remaining 12 were the main questions that revolved around the identification and the addressal of the identified themes. Data was recorded using the recorder on the mobile phones, and then transcriptions of the interview were done. Our role during the interview was merely to ask questions and let the respondents speak their mind. We tried our best not to interfere them, and we avoided making any kind of interjections. And we just explained if there was any technical jargon that had to be explained. And at the last, using MathStudio version 2022, a qualitative data analysis was done, results of which are presented in the next slide. So the table that you see here, the first column has all the themes that were identified during the content analysis. In the it's the description of those themes, and at the last, it's the excerpts that were derived from the transcriptions. So these findings highlight the intricate dynamics within the family business and how they should be addressed. Now, based on that, following suggestions are made to address role conflict. Okay. Okay. So based on the content analysis, following suggestions are made to resolve role conflict, encourage open and regular communication, establish a conflict resolution mechanism, and consider involving a mediator, an arbitrator, a third party if the issues are too complex. For transparency issues, encourage a culture of transparency and inclusivity in business, implement regular meetings, feedback and clear channels, and technology should be used to streamline communication. And at the last, family ties, to address that issue, have a very well demarcated boundary of family and business so that family emotional dynamics do not influence the decision making. Invest in bonding activities outside of the business and conduct workshops on the emotional intelligence and conflict resolution. And at the end, in these trying times, it is essential to acknowledge and address these themes to effectively navigate the way to ensure long-term success and sustainability. So our basic criteria that was set for the respondent was a company should have at least 50 employees on its permanent role. So we sent 50 questionnaires to those kind of companies, which includes like Keynes International, Shalimar from Lucknow, MI Builders, Omax, then Sinan Reality. So these are all the companies who have more than 50 employees on the permanent role. We sent them questionnaires and only 46 of them responded. Actually, we contacted about 26 companies. In some of the companies, there were like two partners. So we were trying to get data from both of them. Yeah. No, the response came from the owner. Yeah. And that is why the sample size had to be so small, because a whole bunch of people, they weren't just ready to reply to us. They didn't even let us go there with the questionnaire. Yeah, we recorded the interview. Then we did. No, it was done virtually on Google Meet. Actually, none of the females actually they opted for interview. No, they didn't participate. Can you please repeat your question? Yeah. Sorry. So the initial questionnaire that we sent, it only had 5 questions. 3 of them were of demographics, and one was what according to you is the major HR challenge in a family-owned business, and the last one was phrased as if you would be willing to appear for an online interview, and if yes, then please provide your contact details. Because actually our main like the thing we wanted to do was to get a data from the interview, but not everybody is willing to prepare for an interview. So those 5 questions were just to get a actually interview. Even if I had not made those 5 questions, it would not have affected my study, because all of the data that I have extracted is from the qualitative study. from the transcripts of the interview. No. In interviews, there were 14 questions. 2 of them were icebreaker questions, and 12 of them were centered around. Yeah. Yeah, 14 questions. 3 themes: role conflict, transparency issues, and family ties, or you can say emotional dynamics within the family members. And 4 questions were addressed to each of the themes. 2 questions were the icebreaker questions that were asked in the beginning of the. Yeah. Yeah. No, not 46 interviews, only 9 interviews. 46 questionnaires. We only got responses for 46 questionnaires. And in those 46 questionnaires, there was a question that said, if you would be willing to appear for an interview. And only 9 people agreed to appear for an interview. Well, I wanted it to be at least 12, because most of the studies say that the minimum number of people that you need for a qualitative study is 12. So I was aiming for 12, but I couldn't get 12, only 9 people. Yeah. Yes. I would say, actually, apart from the questionnaire, I approached other people as well. But the major block was the language of the mode of interview was in English. So a lot of people were hesitant because of that as well. And opting to get interview in any other language would have meant a lot of work for me, because then I'll have to translate the whole interview. And even if I translate it to the best of my ability, I will never get in the same essence as it was said. Yeah. Mixed study. Right. I will definitely take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sakshi Bansal presenting on women entrepreneurs in India, emerging issues and challenges.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sakshi Bansal, and the another participant is Professor Pankaj Kumar Gupta. My topic for the presentation is Women Entrepreneur in India, Emerging Issues and Challenges. Since because of the shortage of time, I am just quickly go on. First, let me introduce my topic. Am I audible? In India, women-owned businesses are becoming more significant as a result of economic liberalization and globalization. The policy and institutional frameworks for fostering entrepreneurship, offering career education, and giving training has expanded the possibilities for women's economic empowerment. Even after that, only 1/3 out of the whole are owned by women. That means we are facing some kind of issues. There are certain reviews of literatures. Many of them focuses on the challenges and the issues. I'm skipping all the review of literature and directly came to my objective. My first objective for this study is to understand the concept and the emergence of women entrepreneurship in India. Second, to find out the factors which encourage women to become entrepreneurs, to explore the challenges they are facing, and to find out the appropriate measures which women face that are the obstacles. I want to find out those measures. Now, the methodology is purely primary data. I've presented the questionnaire, I've circulated the questionnaire through a virtual mode. I collected the responses. I used normative and utilitarian constructs and used behavioral intention as the dependent variable. I also put the Likert scale model ranging from do not agree to fully agree. And we also take the socio-demographic variables to take out the to discuss the factor leading to a specific question included in the questionnaires, questions related to female illiteracy, lack of education, financial hurdles, technological gap, low risk, taking ability, prevailing stereotype of a woman's role in high zone and beyond. I have tried to collect responses from the 100 individuals, and now I'm focusing on my results. Challenges faced by women entrepreneurship. The very first challenge was the economic factors. Economic factors includes competition in the market, lack of access to the market, lack of access to the raw material, lack of capital or finance. I can show you all the things through my graph. As you see my graph on the screen, these are the initial challenges in your entrepreneurial journey. I have collected from the 101 responses, and most of them responses that the lack of opportunities network. That means they don't have the opportunities to start the business. After that, they are facing family restrictions. And the most important and the most difficult part is to arrange the funds. Now, social factors are social acceptability, having limited contact to the outside world, class bias, society look down amongst, attitudinal problem, and relationship with the workforce. Besides this, there are certain other social and cultural attitude towards youth entrepreneurship. And also the balance between family and career. As a woman, we have to look the home, we have to look the families. That are the basic restrictions when we want to start the journey. Third thing is the limited access to finance. Now, even after the government is providing resources, some of the women are not aware of that. They are still using their personal funds to finance their businesses. Okay. The role of government and institution for promoting women entrepreneurship in India. Government are doing their job. They are providing funds. The development of women has been a policy objective of government since independence. Women were given priorities in all sectors, including small-scale industries. Government and non-government bodies have paid increasing attention to women economic contribution to self-employment and industrial welfare. But as you can see on the graph, as a pie chart, there are still 44% of the women who are not aware of these services. That means they are still using their own personal funds to finance their entrepreneurship. That is one of the biggest hurdles, because if they know about the opportunities that they are having, they can use it, and more women can come out and open their own startups. So that's the thing, we need to create awareness among all, not only women, among all, that government are there, government are doing their social responsibility. It's just we need to spread awareness among everyone. These are the various schemes and incentives provided by the government to develop entrepreneurs, as you can see on the screen. These are the government platforms. Government platforms are there, but as you can see, the red bar is for the women and the blue bar is for the men. Female are not finding them helpful. They are not finding that all the opportunities available in the society are helpful for them, and still they are using their own collateral. That can be jewelry, that can be anything under is her own name as a mode of finance. Okay. So my suggestion for the development of women entrepreneurs is to create, first of all, education. If you are educated, you are aware of the almost all the things. Next is to create awareness camp that these things are available and you can use them. Training facilities, skill training, vocational trainings apart from the education, which are very helpful for the entrepreneurs. These days, the virtual mode, most of the women don't know how to use, how to, how to promote their products virtually. So it's very important to create training centers for those of them. Financial, even although banks are there to help, but still we need some cells to educate them, to make them aware that these are the facilities available at the bank, which will provide you loan at a very reasonable rate of interest. And these are my references. Thank you. Yes, yes. I would like to, it's just a kind of working paper. I would like to include my secondary data into it so that I can do more comparative study. So in future, I'm definitely going to add those variables as well. 100. Yeah, only percentage analysis. This is very small base. It's a very small paper. Yeah. Obviously, existing literature they are giving only these explanations. I am moving on those explanations. I am taking those as a variable and ask the entrepreneurs, is this true? Are you finding these kind of problem in your areas? So we can, just modify those things in Indian society as well. Yeah. Lack of awareness, yes, not from the digital point of view, but from the, see, they don't know how to start. They don't know what do you mean by startup. They don't know they can create their own startup with a limited amount of funds. So these kinds of knowledge is need to spread, that they can start their own business. Business जरूरी नहीं है कि buildings बनाने का ही हो, अचार का भी business हो सकता है, ज्वेलरी का भी business हो सकता है. So for them, for us, it's very important to impart education कि भाई अगर कुछ आता है तो बनाओ, market में बेचने की कला आनी चाहिए. Yes, sir. So these are the questions. I have filled the questionnaire. I use the responses to make the graphs. SPSS? Yeah, I mentioned that. I thought it's, yeah, okay. Okay. So sorry. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Tawfiq Ahmed Siddiqui for dynamic changes between oil prices and currency rates. Okay. Represented by Datar Singh. Dynamic linkage between oil prices and currency rates in selecting oil exporting countries.
conference area number 4.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Datar Singh with Dr. Tawfiq Ahmed Siddiqui, Associate Professor in Department of Management Studies, JMI Islamia, are here to present the topic, dynamic linkages between oil prices and currency rates in select oil exporting nations. Introduction. There has been a detectable association between oil prices and exchange rates, although it may be complex and it may be influenced by various factors such as terms of trade, inflationary pressure, and currency commodity prices. The relationship between
oil prices and exchange rates may vary depending on specific economic conditions, the market dynamics, political events, and various other factors which comes into play. For the study, we have taken 3 major oil exporting nations, Saudi Arabia, Russia, and Canada, to explore the relationship between oil prices and exchange rates. For the literature review, we have, sorry, okay. For the methodology part, we have taken dynamic Johnson co-integration test, wherein it uses trace stats to check the time varying co-integration, wherein if the value of the trace stats is greater than one states co-integration, or when it's less than 1, then there is no co-integration. For this study, we have taken 10-year data from 2013 to March 2023. Daily data has been taken, and it has been sourced from the Thomson Reuters database. These are descriptive stats of the 4 studied variables: Saudi Arabia, Riyal, Ruble, and oil and Canadian dollar. As in the figure 1, we can see there has been a co-integration in the early phase of the study period, but it gradually decreases as we go on further. The co-integration relationship between the oil and the Canadian dollar was in the early phase of the studied data, but gradually declines in the later phase of the data. Studied highest phases in the co-integrating relationship are observed during the period, and the relationship reaches its lowest at the beginning of the Ukraine crisis. In oil and ruble case, there has been no co-integration for the major part of the study, but there was a spike at the end of the period, and wherein the face value reaches to maximum value of, that is 4. The long-term co-integrating relationship between the oil prices and the exchange rate of Russia is not significant for the study period. The trace value on the y-axis in the figure is less than 1 mostly. The relationship spiked to an all-time high during the studied period when the trace value increased to above 4, but it declines rapidly below 1. In case of the oil and Saudi Riyal case, there has been long-term co-integration, which we can see because most of the studied period, the value stays above 1. In the figure, the dynamic co-integration represents the long-term co-integrating relationship between the oil prices and the exchange rate of Saudi Arabia. In the studied period, there is a high co-integrating relationship between the oil prices and the exchange rate of Saudi Arabia. As the value of its stats is higher than 1 for the most of the studied time period, further there is a continuous decline in the co-integration relationship. It remains significantly high nonetheless. It can be observed that during the early stage of Ukraine-Russia crisis, there was a rapid increase in the relationship, but declines afterwards and continues to decline. Conclusion: the study finds there is a high co-integrating relationship between the oil prices and the exchange rates of Saudi Arabia. The long-term co-integrating relationship between the oil prices and exchange rate of Russia is not significant for most of the studied period. The co-integrating relationship between the oil and the Canadian dollar was in the early phase of the studied period, but gradually declines in the later phase of the studied period. The findings are important for practitioners, including traders, investors, and policymakers, to increase their understanding for the interdependence of financial markets. Thank you. No, we have used Johnson for integration test. No. It was based on the co-integration test because we're using high frequency data. We have taken more than 3,000. Sample size was more than 3,000. Daily data, we have taken daily data from daily prices. Actually, we are still working on this paper, and we are looking using some other techniques also. Dynamic contribution, it actually works on high frequency data only. No, it gives. No, no, no. It actually states the base value states now it's above one, so then it shows co-integration. But if it says low below one, so then there is no co-integration. I that I have to see. It's my-
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Shanawaz Khan presenting on issues of water supply and management in third world cities, a study of water supply management of NCR Delhi.
Hello everyone. Thank you very much, Department of Management Study and Organizing Committee. At the same time, people who are involved in giving me chance to present my work. So my work is pure conceptual work based on the secondary sources. Okay. Thank you. So it will be basically, I did this work while I was working on my some of my personal projects. So it was a purely conceptual work based on the secondary resources. So the water, the most precious resources, and most of the city, due to anthropogenic factor, we are facing water scarcity kind of issue because of the urbanization, increasing population, industrialization, and at the same time, poor water governance. When I say poor water governance, so we need to understand what do you mean by water governance, which is very noise and very new term, building upon the concept of the good governance and the practices around the good governance, which take into account not just government, but something more. When I say something more, what do you mean by something more? It takes into account of both formal at the same time informal institutions, social practices, cultural values that we tend to forget while we are making pure technocratic and technological driven policies for managing the resources like water, which is very much common in its own nature. Yeah. So the objective of my research to explore the various dimensions of water governance and management aspects which are enabling policymakers to address the issues of poor water problem in the cities, to identify the good governance practices which can be used in framing sustainable water supplies and management in urban cities, especially in the third world countries. At the same time, to explore the current water governance structure of water supply and management in NCR Delhi, and to figure out the key challenges and reason behind the water governance failure, some of the areas of NCT Delhi. So, it was, as I have told, that this is a pure qualitative study based on prescriptive design, where we use primarily secondary sources. And the data collection, we use resources from peer review journal, report from national, international entities like UNO and government ministry. And these were the 4 stages through which we gone. We did a comprehensive review of relevant papers, reports around governance, good governance, covering the water governance. At the same time, we also explored the varying water governance definition, scholarly arguments on governance and policy making. And while having this conceptual framework in mind, we discuss upon the Delhi's rapid urbanization, water distribution inequalities, socio-cultural economic factors, and infrastructure deficiency in water supply system of Delhi. And then we did the interpretation of the findings. So, first, when you are starting about the any distribution or management of urban amenities, we have to go through the urban. I told you it's a conceptual framework. I didn't collect any, so secondary data only. Ma'am, I just told you it's not purely quantitative number-driven research. It's a concept where how we can use while in the issue, neoliberal era when we are running after the numbers, quantitative aspect of governmentality. This takes this research, which is for the, go beyond this governmentality, look into the contextual and or spatial dynamics of that policy making. Okay, when So like in my finding, what I have observed through the various reports, that water governance in Delhi is complete failure because of the trifected governance of Delhi. Here involves central government, state government, and the MCD, the local government. Here is the conflict of interest. For last 30 to 40 years, MCD was ruled by the BJP government, and state government was being ruled by the different party. If you need some water project in that particular area, especially slums, okay, so that area belongs to, let's say, the minority communities. BJP is the one which is controlling the MCD. Okay, they are not sanctioning the water project over there. Though intent of the state government, BJP comes under the Delhi Jal Board comes under the control of state government. But state government wants to extend the water supply in that area, but there are certain NOCs which are required by from the MCD, but MCD is the one which is getting into it and restricting the extension of that services. So it's more about, it's not purely all the time that you have governmentality driven by the data, okay, or driven by something which is like pure quantitative or technological aspect. There is something which you need to take into account, like social, cultural values, politics of that area, and at the same time, the core argument with this paper is that water scarcity is not physical or you can natural scarcity, it is also social and cultural scarcity. This is the, yeah, definitely. Yeah, when I say that you need to have the good governance practices into water management as well. So water management should not be only technology or technocratic driven. It should have local value, cultural, and we need to transcend the boundary of this informal and formal debate. This is the whole argument. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Nabiha Fatma presenting on evolving innovation in startup ecosystem in India.
Inspired from the narrative of selling me this pen from Wolf and the Wall Street, I'm here today presenting my paper. Greetings to all. I'm Nabiha Fatima from Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Islamia, and I'm here to present my study on evolving innovation in startup ecosystem in India. So in introduction, I would like to say that startups don't exist in vacuum. They need adequate finance, suitable laws and policies, strong business plan, and many other features and of the business environment. Tech startups are on the rise, as we all know. And with the rise of the pandemic, on the research objectives, mine are to reassess the failure rate of startups, which was previously is estimated, to find out ways to enhance the success of a startup. For this is the literature review, starting from 1960s onwards. Then in methodology, I have used an open-ended questionnaire. 21 startups were interviewed through these questionnaires, and descriptive tools of analysis were used. The results and findings were 14 startups are still in the initial stage. The reason being that they lack adequate funding, as pointed out earlier, and as well as they are still in their infancy because they will lack proper guidance, they have lack of resources, and one startup has incurred a loss recently. In the financial year 21-22, the average profit that clustered around these startups were 3 startups were 21 lakh, and in the financial year 22-23, the clustering was around 31 lakh of other 3 startups. And so the thing is, these the startups which are following the lines of SDGs are actually doing better than those who are not following. So what the paper indicates that to enhance the economic growth, the startups can utilize their SDG these SDGs properly to highlight and enhance innovation and technology in addendum. These are the references. Thank you. As I've already stated earlier, that the startups which are falling on the lines of SDGs, like few startups that I have included in my study, were related to EdTech, have SDG 4 and SDG 3, good health and well-being oriented. So they were having these, because of that the average was spiked up. So this was the implication when the startups following the lines of SDGs versus those who are not following the lines of SDGs.
Thank you. Next we have Anna Rakshanda presenting on a study of biomedical waste management in healthcare sector.
Hello, check. Hello. The earth is what we all have in common. Thereby to save it is all of our responsibility. A very warm and pleasant afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Anna Rakshanda, along with my fellow mate Wahid Mirza from the Department of Management Studies, along with our mentor, our guide, Dr. Saad bin Azhar from Jamia Hamdard University, are here today with a paper titled A Study on Biomedical Waste Management in the Healthcare Sector, a Pathway Towards Sustainability. We all talk about having greener environment, better climate, less pollution, but are we actually doing our part? Are we actually doing our part to maintain that stability, that equilibrium? No, we are not. Because the day we start doing is that day that we can talk about sustainability. Sustainability is not about doing less harm. It's about doing more and more good. One such way we can contribute to sustainability is through biomedical waste management. Whenever a person falls sick, he rushes to the doctor before it's too late to get treated and go back home safely and healthy. Hence, contribute to healthcare waste. Healthcare waste is any type of waste which is generated by a patient during the process of healthcare delivery. To compute the total waste generation of 24 hours, the waste generated by one person is multiplied to those 1,000 entries made in one single day at one hospital in an OPD and an IPD. Imagine how much would that be? Definitely in tons. Basically, there are 6 types of waste. Infectious, and on the basis of type of waste, the color-coded bins are made, and on the basis of the type of waste and the color-coded bins, the treatment and disposal factors are enumerated. The impacts, it's very common because it has 2 primary impacts, health and environment. Moving on to the main part of our study, our paper deals with the determination of awareness, first, second, assessment of attitude, and third, knowledge about needle stick injuries. A cross-sectional study among the hospitals of South Delhi was conducted using a questionnaire with 21 questions which had close-ended MCQs. The resulting answers were graded and the percentage of correct and incorrect answers were tabulated. We have 4 objectives primarily, and the statistical tool used here is SPSS and Excel. We have 75 respondents in which we have 4 categories, 7 housekeeping, 7 paramedics, 23 doctors, and 38 nurses. Finally, due to the time constraint, let me just jot down the findings of our study. The graph 1, yes, the graph 1 shows that the total number of correct and incorrect answers among the 4 categories. As you can see, 32 out of 59 incorrect answers were given by housekeeping, 57 out of 210 answers were given by doctors, 207 by 351 incorrect answers by nurses, and finally 37 out of 72 incorrect answers by paramedics. Nurses account to 51% of those who are not knowledgeable. This graph completely enumerates and states that the percentage of not knowledgeable staff amongst the hospitals of South Delhi are comparatively very much higher as compared to those with the knowledgeable value. Moving on to my second theme, that is about the knowledge regarding NSI, that is needle stick injury. I would rather conclude that they have a fair to average knowledge about it. Moving on to my last theme, about being vaccinated against hepatitis B. Now, this came out to be surprising. I would rather say shocking, because people having knowledge about NSI still were not vaccinated. And when asked, the nurses were simply like, "Hame to hospitals ne karwaya nahi." Kyun? They are frontline workers. They are the ones who are primarily exposed to having contact with the patient's skin and patient's needles. Only 21% of the nurses of my total study population were inoculated. For efficient and effective working in the hospital, the knowledgeable staff must be more than those with not having ample knowledge, because this reduces down the number of errors and makes sure there is no contamination. Lastly, I would like to conclude by saying that we have devised 5 strategies out of my own understanding of this topic. Number 1, we can use a hydrolytic bacteria for conducting surveys on water pollution, because this is this is a scientific research which states that hydrolytic bacteria reduces down the water pollution levels. Second, we can adopt minimization practices. The word meaning of minimization practices is when not needed, do not use longer needles. Third being, we can use EMR, electronic medical records, because this will reduce down our general waste, that is not use of pen and paper. Fourth, we can convert waste to energy technology. This is my primary importance, because this is that one step, this is that one point which opens door to entrepreneurship, because this has various advantages. Trust me, processes like gasification, pyrolysis, incineration will reduce down the number of landfill, will reduce down, and this will give you a lucrative career because you have an amount of money, and plus you're doing a valuable difference for the country. And lastly being recycling, of course. The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else is going to save it. This survey was not just on hepatitis B. My questions were you inoculated against any STD? So, but they what I felt was, while interviewing them, they just had idea of 2 things, AIDS and hepatitis B. So that's why I've made a variable conclusion on just focusing on hepatitis B, because that's a pretty much, I would say, it's for me, what I could find out, but it's a little more closure and a little more up-to-date knowledge amongst nurses. That's why I focused on hepatitis B. No, as I mentioned, 75 respondents. We have 38 nurses. No, my questionnaire has, like I mentioned, my questionnaire has the question, are you inoculated against STD? They said no. Okay, ma'am, I'll make the change. Sure, ma'am, I'll make the change. Lastly, I would like to conclude by saying that the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else is going to save it, when I, as an individual, we as a powerful country have the ability to do so. Thank you very much. The house is open for questions. Yes, please. Medical waste, what do you understand by medical waste? If I were to ask you, it has bags, urine bags, it has blood bags, it has scalpels. Yes, it has cytotoxic and radioactive waste as well from the laboratories. That is pretty different. The name suggests that it's pretty different from those fruit peels and all those household waste, because household waste you can still dump it in the sanitary landfill. Yeah, can you be a little louder? I'm so sorry. Yes. I'm sorry, it has to have economic value. So what exactly is the question? Yeah.
Basically saying that you connected health to entrepreneurship.
Yes.
So where can you find the viable, financially viable sources of money that you can attract entrepreneurs?
Like I mentioned, thank you so much. Like I mentioned in my conclusion, those strategies that I've devised, the BMW waste to energy technology. That waste that you generate from the hospital can be converted into technology, can be converted into energy. There are various companies like EcoWise company and all these pharmaceutical and healthcare companies in India currently, which are generating crores of money. And it's not just crores, it's about doing a potential difference for the country. Everything is not money for me. It's about doing good for the country, because every nation, be it developed or developing, is facing this issue for now. This is gonna give you money. I would say EcoWise company or any other company, if you search, their turnover is in crores. I'm not talking about lakhs. I'm talking about crores. So it's a global thing. It's not there in India. It's there in almost every country. Like you mentioned, I think answering your question itself. That yes. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Ansab Ahmed Khan presenting on Teutonomics in turmoil.
Right, I believe the formatting was changed because of difference of computers. So the title is in turmoil right now, but I'll begin. My name is Ansab Ahmed Khan. I'm a student of Masters here at JMI. The presentation is called Teutonomics in Turmoil, Lessons in Digital Transformation and Entrepreneurship in Twitter's Journey to X under Elon Musk. I'll begin. This is a simple introduction. I think it's necessary to the presentation. In April 14, 2022, Elon Musk bought the company Twitter in a proceeding that took 3 months and multiple suits and countersuits. October 27, 2022, the sale was completed when Elon Musk bought 9.1% stake, the ownership stake in Twitter, and then began a series of changes. These included reducing the workforce by 80%, introducing a paid subscription of $8 per person for individuals, introducing a $1,000 per company subscription model called Twitter Gold, and changing content moderation policies, bringing back accounts that were suspended earlier, including those of prominent individuals such as former President of US, Donald Trump. Now, all of these changes, especially the changes in the workforce and changes in the policy, led Twitter to a financial downslide. There were a lot of investors and a lot of advertisers who then pulled their funding and pulled their advertisements from Twitter. And what I'm trying to find out from this research paper is what were the factors that made users of Twitter apprehensive of it? Why were those factors important for companies, and how did those factors and those companies' apprehensions result in a quantifiable downslide of Twitter's advertising revenue? So that leads me to my research question and objectives. The research question is, how has Twitter's policy changes under Elon Musk had an impact on its perception, policies, personnel, and revenue? And the two basic objectives are to find out what were the factors impacting perception, and how did that perception change the advertising revenue of Twitter. So moving on, there is a lot of literature review. I'll just skip that, touch upon 3 important points. A lot of literature review focused on social media in general and earlier days of Twitter, but not about recent changes. And moreover, the 5 factors that will come on later were discussed individually, but not in a linked manner. So I'll skip the literature review. I'll go to the research methodology. Now, we had 6 focus groups of 5 people who were very prominently using social media, which are called social media influencers, and 7 marketing students in one focus group. So there were 6 focus groups with 12 people each, 5 social media influencers, 7 students, and a total of 72 participants were there. The first stage of the study in this mixed methods approach was about a qualitative interview, focus group interviews. We conducted 6 focus group interviews with 6 different focus groups to find out what were the 5 key factors that their Twitter usage focused upon. So the 5 key factors that we found out from these focus groups were ease of use, freedom of expression, safety, quality of content, and number of users. Now, then we moved on to the quantitative part of the study, and each of the individuals were presented with a survey, an online survey, with 25 questions, 5 questions for each of the factors. And based on those factors, we derived results based on their perception. Now, I'll just quickly go through these user perception changes since the takeover. 81% of the people out of the 72, this is the quantitative part. The 5 factors that we derived were from the qualitative part. So I can explain the 5 factors. I skipped them due to paucity of time. Ease of use includes the various design changes that Twitter made. So the limits on tweet. All right. So moving on to the user perception changes, 81% of the people believe that Elon Musk's takeover had been negative for Twitter. Now, moving on, 44% of the respondents were concerned about ease of use of the platform. And that has to be said that this was a majority of the people. 44% of the people were concerned, and less than 44 were not skeptical about it. Only 36% of the respondents were worried about the number of users, so that turned out to be not a very significant feature. You can find out the other statistics in the graph itself. 54% were concerned about the safety, and we'll see the reasons why in the next slide. There are examples of that. So, in the way we see Twitter, Donald Trump's account, which was suspended earlier, was brought back, and multiple research, and which we talked about in the literature review, has studied that Twitter, especially Twitter users who are prominent in politics, have impacted entire elections in Africa and America. There are research studies about Cambridge Analytica, etc. Now, Elon Musk himself reduced the content moderation of the platform, risking the safety and the freedom of expression for multiple users. Elon Musk himself, considered to be a troll by many individuals and journalists, was somebody who took over Twitter, creating a negative perception about the platform among many its users. Now, Twitter, right? So the quantitative part was the previous part now. Yes, this was the quantitative part. Yes, ma'am. Because it was a very short time study, because the various factors kept on changing. In fact, we made a change yesterday. Right. So the conclusions that we find are that the advertising revenue for Twitter have more than halved. They have reduced by 60% in the last 7 months itself. The previous advertising revenue taken in January by Mathematics was 127 million, which has now reduced to 48 million. Yes, ma'am. Out of the 4,000 advertisers, 625 have pulled their ads. And advertising revenue, which accounts for 91%, has reduced from a 4.5 billion industry to a 2.7 billion industry. The conclusion reveals that if users are not happy on the platform, it is not feasible for advertisers to then place their products on the same platform. Because of their lack of safety, their freedom of expression being curtailed, because of their lack of quality of content, users have started to disengage from Twitter, leading to advertisers feeling negatively about the platform and pulling their revenue streams, which leads us to suggestions. Twitter/X needs aggressive content moderation and safety policies to win back user trust and adequately attract advertisers, and the staffing and human resource decisions, which remove most of the policies that made Twitter the platform it once was, need to be reversed and need to be taken in a more considerate manner, not in a dictatorial manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ansar. Next, we have Ms. Asba Khan presenting on revolutionizing human resources.
I request all the participants please adhere to the time. We have to complete this session by 5 o'clock.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Asba Khan, a third-year BCom LLB student from Amity University in Noida, and I'm excited to present my paper on the topic Revolutionizing Human Resources and Exploring the Ethical Implications of AI-based Talent Acquisition. So today I want to discuss something really important in HR, which is integration of AI with HR. And in our fast-moving digital world, HR is changing a lot, mostly because we're using AI to help us hire the best talent. My main research objective was comprehensively examine the ethical implications of AI-driven talent acquisition in HR, and the research questions were key ethical considerations in AI-driven talent acquisition, impact of AI on fairness, diversity, and equal opportunity, ethical dilemmas related to candidate privacy and data protection, lessons from real-world cases like Amazon's automated rating system, and balancing benefits of AI with responsible ethical practices, establishing ethical frameworks for transparency and accountability, leveraging AI to reduce human bias while mitigating algorithmic bias, broader societal implications of AI in talent acquisition, role of interdisciplinary perspective in ethical AI recruitment, and recommendations for promoting responsible AI adoption in HR. So I did a comprehensive review from 1988 to 2020, and my research included research papers, articles, and studies on AI in recruitment, ethics, and law. And I utilized academic databases and online resources. And I also researched on this paper that had 21 candidates, which delved into fairness, diversity, ethics, and bias in AI-driven talent acquisition. And I also conducted a case study and analyzed Amazon's failed automated resume system.
How many papers have you?
Ma'am, about 41 papers. 41 papers.
I think you have approximately 6 to 10 articles.
Yes. Ma'am, because this is a very nascent field, so not much research has been done in this field, so I could find only 41 papers. Sure. Sure. Sure, ma'am. This is my first conference. Sure, I'll take. Sure, ma'am. I'll keep that in mind next time. So, because we have limited time, so I'll talk about the transformation and then the Amazon's case. So, the rise of social media as a platform for job postings led to an overwhelming number of applications, making it difficult for HR professionals to identify suitable candidates, resulting in high cost and biased decision making. So, to overcome these issues, companies like IKEA, L'Oreal, Unilever, and Amazon have integrated AI tools into every hiring stage. So they have 24/7 candidate support through AI chatbots and evaluating video interviews based on speech and facial expressions. Furthermore, AI enables companies to assist candidates on social media platforms like Facebook, WayUp, and News in an unbiased and cost-effective manner. Coming to the Amazon's case, in 2014, Amazon developed a tool that used natural language processing and machine learning to review job applications. So to find the top candidates based on traits learned from successful applications. So by 2015, it was widely used, but the company discovered that for technical job titles, gender bias was present because the AI system was trained on predominantly male resumes. So this bias led to downgrading resumes containing words like women and even women graduates. So Amazon had to rewrite their algorithm to address this problem. So to conclude, I will. So this situation raised some questions that what did Amazon think about the moral and ethical problems with this project? Did the engineers check if the data they used were fair? And did the engineers test the program properly? Did the managers make sure the program was ready to be used at work? And did they get permission from people whose data was used to train the program? So to conclude, I would say that to address these problems, companies can regulate, audit their AI systems for bias and use diverse training system, and transparency in decision making is also crucial, and candidates have the right to know how AI was used in their evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you, Azba. Next, we have Monisuddin presenting on ethics of automation.
A very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Monisuddin and I am a student of MBA EFB. EFB stands for Entrepreneurship and Family Business. I am a second year student in Jamia Millia Islamia. And topic I am going to share, the topic I am going to virtualize upon you is ethics of automation. First of all, I would like to ask you all a question. How long do you all think will it take before the machines take your respective jobs and doing them in better ways than you do? Digital technologies have come up a long way in revolutionizing the nature of human labor, inspiring the new few workers ahead but leaving many behind. As a more significant number of companies are embracing the artificial intelligence and robotics, a few jobs are likely to be created, but many of them would vanish away. Yes, sir. While research grabs an ethical approach towards the basic questions the automation creates. How would automation affect the human society? It especially revolves around the white collar middle class workers who are more prone and vulnerable to the drastic changes which are happening nowadays. They are at the epicenter of this new disruption that is being created by automation. They are the specific focus on my research. Yes, I have collected the data. My research revolves around the implications and causes of first industrial revolution, the second industrial revolution, and the third industrial revolution. How employment. The first part was employment. The second was wealth distribution, and the third is GDP growth. How employment, wealth distribution, and GDP growth affected in these three industrial revolutions. How they differed, how their natures differed, and what were the consequences of them. Were they positive consequences or negative? It is a quantitative as well as qualitative data. I have, as my research is based on the ethics. That's why I have also covered the Luddites. Luddites were in the first revolution were the people who used to in between 1750 to 1830. No, ma'am. I've collected this data. Yes, ma'am. From content analysis. Yes, ma'am. I collected data from Wikipedia, and after that, I'm analyzing it to approach to the. I want to draw a line between these three revolutions, and as you know, the fourth industrial revolution is presently going through. Yes, ma'am. The study is based on secondary data, which is available on internet, and since we cannot collect the data from fourth industrial revolution, it is still going on. I have theorized the picture. I've made a theoretical picture and a conceptual picture of fourth revolution and how this revolution is different from previous ones, as the previous revolutions had contributed to human developments, and this one is a I just want to prove that this time the fourth industrial revolution is different from previous ones, and I have conducted a deep approach, deep analysis, how they are different, how there are two types of industries, old innovative industries and new innovative industries. Old innovative industries have lost their steam, they are not obliged to further upgradation, and they are not producing any more jobs. And effect of innovation on new innovative industries innovation changes them rapidly. As you have seen from ChatGPT and generative AI, we can see they are affecting white collar laborers more than blue collar counterparts. Automation has been the great asset contributing to human development and advancement. I wanted to share one more thing. I have drawn a relation. I have drawn a relation graph that relates the function of innovational advancement on employment. How innovational advancement on automation affects the employability and unemployability of the workforce. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. These are references.
Thank you, Monisuddin. Next, we have Shireen Naz presenting on unveiling the concept of neuromarketing and its impact on advertising.
Good evening, everybody.
I'm Shireen Nas. I'm a scholar at Jamia, Department of Management Studies. So I want to ask a question. Does anybody know what neuromarketing is? Any idea about the concept? Okay, it was just a question to know kitna awareness hai about the topic. So we all have witnessed how marketing has evolved with time. It was a product-centric approach, now it's a human-centric approach, and it is still evolving with time, and so is consumer behavior. So it is very important for marketers to assess what exactly are the influencing factors to make a purchase, apart from the traditional models that we follow to get insight about how the consumer perceives about the product. Just in order to follow the trails that have been led by marketers, I would like to explain what neuromarketing is. Neuromarketing is a measuring tool. Neuromarketing is a measuring tool of neural and psychological, physiological responses to get an insight of how consumer brain responds and reacts to certain marketing stimuli. Now, these marketing stimuli may be in the form of a marketing campaign, in the form of a product design, or maybe a video that is being paid as an advertisement. The objective of my research is to understand the concept of neuromarketing and the applications of neuroimaging tools, what exactly the neuroimaging tools are, to investigate from the literature how Trion's brain theory, emotional models, which are proposed by 3 researchers specifically, and brain reward mechanism influence the advertising campaign, specifically in video ad form. To conduct this research, just I think I have. I'll continue. So to conduct this research is being conducted in quantitative research based on literature review. The database from where the research papers are collected are from Google Scholar, Scopus, and ResearchGate. To conduct this research, the intrinsic theme to find these papers were neuromarketing, tools of neuromarketing, application, advertising, emotions separately and rewards, and attention. Abstract and relevant keywords of the research paper were read and selected considering the variables. The variables were attention, emotion, reward mechanism. And then after doing all this, 40 research papers were finally reviewed after following the filtration theme. This is the literature review. I have segregated few findings which I want to share. So firstly, Michel Balcony in 2014 through EEG. EEG is a neuroimaging tool, conducted a research where he found that Samsung has captivated its customers through social reward. And this all was concluded because he conducted an EEG on his customers to understand the responses in decision making and product preference. Another, okay, sure. I have explained what neuromarketing is, so should I skip? Okay, so can I explain these because these are key elements of the research. Okay, so my idea was to form the findings of the research paper to get 3 models of the findings of research on emotion model, Trion brain theory, which is proposed by Paul MacLean, and brain reward mechanism. I want to get insight of all these findings and then constitute it to get an effective advertising campaign, to draft an effective advertising campaign. So to explain that, I want to explain what Trion, to know how we concluded that, I want to explain what Trion brain theory is. So it was proposed by Mac Pauline, which is based on the brain evolution and vertical behavior that determines the brain, which has segregated the brain in 3 layers. Reptile brain, limbic brain, and neocortex. So reptile brain, as the diagram you could see, suggests that this area of the brain influences, this controls the instincts drive, and it sometimes influences the emotions and logic. While the mammalian brain, which is also known as limbic brain, is responsible for emotion and psychological responses, and it balances or aggravates these aspects of taking decision. Then lastly, neocortex brain, which is solely responsible for logic, problem-solving approach, and it sometimes controls the instinctive behavior because of its logical approach. So what the marketer from this, what we conclude in putting it in terms of marketing, the marketer can target that brain which can help him to aggravate certain emotions. Okay. Coming to these are the three brain theories that were suggested. I will start with Michael I. He conducted a study in 2019 where he explained how a marketing stimuli in the form of print media, video channels can lead to an impact on emotional arousal, cognitive level of the consumer or the subject, and then to emotional motivation. So by far applying these models, these two models which have emotion advertisement have an impact on memory, brand perception, and purchase intention, then leading to purchase behavior, and how emotional balance, which is the level, the degree of emotion that we feel after doing a marketing campaign or a marketing stimulus, which is then divided further. How a marketing campaign or an advertising campaign can be effectively drafted, which is more like we are customizing it for the targeted audience. So to conclude, if we put, then there was brain reward mechanism, which suggested how neurotransmitters like dopamine leaves and creates the senses of pleasure and satisfaction, which are like base for reward mechanism in the brain. So marketers target certain sections of the brain, considering the emotional models, and then they create an advertising campaign which is very beneficial. But to conclude with, there's no such empirical or experimental research that has been conducted so far considering these variables, these models, these reward system mechanism and theory. Although these strings are attached in quite few research papers, but no experimental research has been conducted so far. But if we conduct such experiment, we're definitely going to get some good results. So this is what I want to conclude. Any questions, anybody? Yeah, please. Neuromarketing, yes. Yeah, there are some ethical constraints to it. It has to be performed under the supervision of medicals. We have to let the subject know that he is under observation. We can't just go out and about and conduct a research. What? No, so what happens is when a company is conducted and its company is conducting a neuromarketing study about its marketing campaign. So what they'll do, firstly they'll select a tool, a neuroscientific tool, which is EEG, eye tracking, fMRI. Usually you would have heard of such tools, yes. So they are basically some neural activities inside brain, some outside brain. Yes, that is, I think I answered you.
I have one request to make. Kindly ask only one question because we are running behind schedule. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shireen. Next, we have Tuba Rahman Khan presenting on social media marketing.
Good evening. I'm Tuba Rahman Khan, and I'm here to present my paper on social media marketing.
It is a bibliometric analysis and a systematic literature review. The study is done along with my supervisor, Professor Kavita Chauhan from DMS JMI. Now, since we do not have much time, I won't take much on the intro. Let's skip to the objectives. The basic objectives of the study are: we have focused on identifying the major years in which the highest number of publications have been done on social media marketing. Then we have focused on identifying the countries, journals, authors, and the keywords with the highest average citation count and the co-occurrence count. The methodology adopted here were as follows. Basically, the methodologies adopted here can be categorized into two: bibliometric analysis, where we collected data from Scopus database. The total number of data collected here was 2340 from Scopus database with the keyword search was social media marketing. We applied a certain amount of filters. These filters include articles that have been published and or are in the final stage of publication only in journals, and the journals were pertaining to the following subject areas: business and management studies, econometrics, economics, finance, and social studies. As a result, the total studies came down to 1,081 papers. These studies were later transported or exported to CVS file and studied via the WAS viewer software. Now here is where the whole game starts. We analyzed the study via literature review, and we conducted the literature review on the final 261 papers. Apparently, these are the top studies that have been identified. Like, these are the most occurring studies in my research. The findings of the studies are as follows. Since I mentioned in the objectives, we are focusing on identifying the years that where the subject has been studied the most. My findings suggest that the first paper done on social media marketing was not far away. The first paper was published in 2009 by Glenn Smith. Apparently, the hype in the study of social media marketing only began in 2019, which is fairly new. And ever since then, the study has taken its hype. Coming to the countries, here we see that United States, while United States has the highest number of publications, it unfortunately does not have the highest average citation count. Whereas a country like France, with apparently a relatively lesser number of total publications, has the highest average citation count. This highlights the very fact that even though the quantity of papers published by United States is high, we favor quality over quantity. France, Netherlands, Switzerland with a higher number with a higher average citation count indicates better quality of publication. The same goes. This is the map derived from the WAS viewer software, which gives us the link between the papers that have studied. The total link strength there has been depicted here in a more visual format. The same goes for the journals. While Journal of Interactive Study again has a very low number of documents published, which is 9, the average citation count is 293.22, which is fairly high. You don't want me to describe the tables? Okay, that's fine. I'll just precise it. Can that be done? Precisely what I'm trying to say, when we were studying countries, years, authors, and journals, we derived that even though the total number of publications are high, we are favoring the countries of the authors or journals respectively with a higher number of average citation. This is because apparently, no matter the number of publications, the quality of the paper is what counts. Which brings us to our implications. Our implications, this paper is basically for the new researchers or our research scholars who are interested in studying social media marketing ahead. This paper can benefit them in the following ways. First, since we have a set time frame defined in the paper, this paper can help them save a lot of time and identify the exact number of years where they can look for these studies. Second, since our papers talk about the relevant journals, the readers of the papers will have a set of journals to target. for publication and also for finding the relevant research or high quality public material. Again, when it comes to authors, now our readers would know the ideal authors to target for that have done good work on social media marketing when it comes to quality. However, like any other research, our research does not comes with its limitations. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuba. Next, we have Ms. Alina Ilyas presenting on From Office to Everywhere, exploring the digital leadership landscape post-pandemic in the IT sector.
Thank you, Sumna. I am Alina Ilyas, Research Scholar at Department of Management Studies. I'll be presenting my research titled From Office to Everywhere, Exploring the Digital Leadership Landscape Post-Pandemic in the IT/ITES sector. This research has been co-authored with my supervisor, Dr. Yasmin Shamsi Rizvi. So, this is the crisp outline of my presentation today, and I'll try to keep up to my time management skills and just give a brief overview about the context of my research. As we all are aware that COVID-19 has acted as a trigger point which has accelerated the pace of adopting remote work in the organization. Because of that, we can see new work arrangements, we have flexible work, remote work, telework, complete hybrid models followed by the organizations, due to which this study becomes very relevant for today's context. And in this context, how leadership is being perceived by employees plays an equally important role. So I'll skip the literature review, but just one important construct of my study. First is digital leadership, then it's remote work and remote work intensity. Now I have categorized remote work intensity into three categories, where high intensity of remote work is where employees are engaged in remote work, like that is working from anywhere from 15 or more than 15 days a month. Moderate is 6 to 15 days a month, and low intensity is less than or equal to 5 days a month. These are the important studies. I'll just give a brief of the framework that I have used, since the theoretical framework acts as the backbone of the research. So I have used Digital Transformation Leadership Framework. This is a very current and contemporary framework given by Weber and his co-authors in 2022 only, which suggests that for today's organizations, leadership is not only about increasing productivity and efficiency using digital tools, but also relationship-oriented goal roles are equally important. So this will act as the backbone. Now the research gap which motivated my study, and here are the main research objectives. First is to identify the prevalence of remote work in the IT/ITES sector. So here I am defining IT is information technology and ITES is IT-enabled services like banking, finance, consultancy services. And I'll try to identify the policies which are related to remote work, and then examine the roles and challenges related to leadership. The main research design used here is exploratory descriptive research design, because I was trying to explore something new. And then I used qualitative method, where I used online interviews from 62 employees who were engaged in remote work and were specifically working in the IT/ITES sector. And the rationale for which I chose this specific sector was, although remote work has been introduced in a lot of sectors like retail businesses also, but many tech giants like TCS and Infosys and IBM, they have started to adopt complete work from home policy for some employees, especially for some international employees. And for data analysis, I used Maxtra software, and the technique that I used was thematic analysis, which is a 6-step coding method. And then thematic analysis was followed by content analysis technique, where the themes identified were calculated as percentages to identify which theme had the most impact. So my questionnaire consisted of close-ended as well as open-ended questions. First, the question was to identify the prevalence of remote work in the IT/ITES sector, and here we can see that many companies, these are the organizations of respondents only, like Amazon, Accenture, EY, Deloitte, TCS. All these companies are also among the top 50 IT/ITES companies in India offering remote work, and we see that most of the respondents were engaged in high intensity remote work. And then regarding the organization's policy, to understand how organizations are taking care of remote work adoption, first we found that hybrid mode was adopted one by the organization because 43% of respondents reported that they were provided a mix of mandatory work from office for few days a week or a month, and a mix of work from anywhere also. And then flexible mode was reported by 33% of respondents. Flexible mode was differentiated depending upon the need of the employees, whether they might have some priorities due to which they requested their organization to offer them remote work. And then 24% adopted for complete remote work. These were my open-ended questions. First was to understand the role of digital leadership while working remotely, and these questions and these themes have been identified from the employee's perspective. So the main themes identified were training and monitoring, so as to ensure that the workplace is an agile workplace where new skills are easily developed for the employees, and then collaboration and communication, fostering a positive culture where there is minimal resistance from the employees, and networking and connectivity so as to make sure that a feeling of isolation which is generally there for employees who are working remotely is not there. Next, we identified, this was also through open-ended question only, the issues and challenges that were being faced. And the most prevalent issue identified was lack of team spirit, which happens because the employees are not feeling very much connected with their colleagues. I have some important implications for both managerial and theoretical point of view. First, for managerial implications, there need to be such organizational actions which can, enhance the level of collaboration and communication among the employees, and and then there can be leadership development programs, especially focusing on leaders so that they become more skillful concerning their digital skills and abilities. And then there can be performance metrics and monitorings, not just for employees, but also for the leaders. And then theoretical implications are again connected to the digital leadership framework that I used. So in that framework, relationship-oriented digital leadership roles were mentor, networker, and enabler. So, we can try to study the role of digital leaders, especially focusing as a mentor, networker, and enabler while studying remote work. Thank you so much. Any questions? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Right. Okay, ma'am, I have. Okay, their answers, what they responded, yes, ma'am. I included that in paper, but I'll take care of such presentation in future also. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Adil Abdul Jabbar on paper title Integrating Zakat System for CSR Implementation in Family Businesses, a case study of Abdul Latif Jamil Group.
I just want to inform the participants that we can also
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to all, good evening to all of you. My name is Adil Abdul Jabbar. I have completed my Masters in Islamic Studies from Jamia Millia, and I am currently pursuing MBA in international business. So my topic of my paper is integrating zakat system for CSR implementation in family business. It's a case study approach of Abdul Latif Jamil Group's strategic approach. So this is aligned in the track corporate social responsibility of the conference, and the sub theme is collaboration and partnership for social responsibility in family business. So apart from, I don't want to stick on to the PPT in the whole, I would like to convey it as a story. So first of all, the question arose when JMI introduced a provision for medical college. So, and the fund was not allowed. Means they asked for crowdfunding. So their question was arised, what was the possibility of taking zakat monies, which is usually given by Muslim family businesses, in as part of their religious ritual. So I was curious about how can we implement it with the CSR aspect, and as far as Jamia is concerned, as a minority institution, there is a higher scope. So, but unfortunately, that study would be a larger study because it needs a traditional Islamic analysis, and as well as it needs a comprehensive study of the management corporate social responsibility also. So this study actually is a pilot study for that particular study. So when coming to the research objectives, I had I just want to know about Abdul Latif Jamil, which is a conglomerate in Saudi Arabia. It has been successfully doing its business for 75 years in Saudi Arabia. But as a family business, it has been successful in implementing its CSR policy, providing zakat monies in the kingdom and all over India also. It has been not only in India, it has its implication in North America, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Southeast Asia's head office is located in Delhi. So it has much more